charter. Unfortunately, this is why we are here today, to hear the case brought by the district staff against CAA. As the board, our responsibility is to hear the case and be finders of fact. While we may ask questions, we will not be questioned. If you have questions, please direct them to the chair. We have a long day ahead of us, I suspect. We'll give Mr. Norton and the district 2 hours to present their case. After a short break, Mr. Turner and the school will present their case. During this time, we'll have a working lunch. This will end at 5 o'clock. At this time, both sides will each be given 15 minutes to make closing arguments. I anticipate the board will then go into executive session to deliberate. Afterwards, we will return to public session and make a decision. Randy, would you please lead the invocation?
Let's pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you for the opportunity we have to be here today, and we thank you for this district. Thank you for the schools. Thank you for the administrators, the teachers, the students, and just pray that you'd be with them today, even as they are learning. Just pray that you just bless that process. Be with us here today as we deliberate. Pray that you would give us clarity of speech and clarity of thought as we would work through these issues, and just pray that everyone in this room would know that and would be able to exercise that in their capacities today. We just pray, thank you that your mercies are new every morning, and pray that you would just bless the proceedings here today. We pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Would you stand for the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask everyone to put their phones on vibrate, please. The South Carolina Public Charter School District authorizes, champions, and supports the creation and advancement of innovative K-12 public charter schools that provide access to academic opportunities for every student in South Carolina to reach their fullest potential. Mr. Secretary, would you take the roll?
Mr. Butcher.
Here.
Mr. Butcher is present. Mr. Gilchrist.
Here.
Mr. Gilchrist is present. Mr. Miller.
Here.
Mr. Miller is present. Mrs. Mosteller.
Here.
Mrs. Mosteller is present. Mr. Page is present. Mr. Payne.
Here.
Mr. Payne is present. Dr. Pope.
Here.
Dr. Pope is present. Dr. Strickland.
Here.
Dr. Strickland is present. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Item 6 is the consent agenda. I'll need a motion, one for the approval of the agenda for the May 11th, 2023 meeting.
So move for approval of that agenda.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. It's none opposed. Also need approval for the minutes of the April 27, 2023 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Are there any public comments?
Mr. Chairman, as of 5 till 10, we had 6 people to sign up for public comment. They are Mr. Timothy Cousins, Ms. Suzanne Cherry, Ms. LaRon Murphy, Nancy Lynn Strickland, Noah Ratliff, and Jasmine Jenkins.
Okay, thank you. Each speaker has 2 minutes. Normally, we would allot 10 minutes, but since it's only 6, that's 12 minutes, so we'll allow all 6 to speak. With the first, what was the first person's name?
How you doing? My name is Timothy Cousins. I'm a parent of a student at Charleston Advancement Academy. CAA has been a great fit for my son who previously struggled greatly in a traditional school. I say this as a tribute to the faculty, staff, school-level leadership who have worked tirelessly to educate some of the most challenging students in the area. This despite CAA's Board of Trustees leadership, who at every turn have interfered with day-to-day school operations and have shown complete lack of moral and knowledge in school operation procedures. In December 2022, we as parents recognized a huge problem with the leadership and direction of CAA board, namely our board chair and secretary. Seeing a need for change, we as parents led a campaign for a change in leadership and voted our board chair and secretary out of office. But through deceit and despite, they appointed themselves back onto the board and back into their leadership position. We as parents, CAA, saw a need for change and our voices were completely ignored by the board. When asked why the parents' and staff's wishes were ignored, our board chair stated that she has certain institutional experience, and despite what people thought, elections were not meant to be used to get rid of people. And no matter what, she will be on the board. We also know how much our board has antagonized and blamed charter school district and problems created by our board chair, but we've respectfully asked that our school remain open for the sake of our students, our staff, who work very hard and take pride in the way that they educate our students. Our board chair has spent the last year attempting to run the show at CAA and has failed miserably. Despite our board's incompetence, we parents feel CAA is worth saving because the work the teachers and staff have put into making it a modern school for unique student bodies it serves. If allowed to left open, we as parents will continue to work for a much needed change in our board leadership from the better interest of our students and staff. We will do this while supporting our faculty and staff who work tremendously hard to educate students like my son, who otherwise would have struggled to graduate from high school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I would like to tell you a little bit about myself, a little bit about my typical day at Charleston Advancement Academy, and then make a plea for us to stay open. I started teaching high school in 1985 in rural Texas, where we were taught to monitor and adjust and many other things that some of you may remember. I then went to graduate school and graduated with a PhD in rhetoric from Texas A&M with a specialization in composition pedagogy. I came to Francis Marion University, where I worked as an assistant and associate professor and achieved tenure there, at which point I left and became the chief academic officer at University of Phoenix Columbia campus, then went to the Virginia College in North Charleston, where I served as the academic dean, then served as the education chair and then the general education chair and English chair for Argosy University. When that university closed online, my husband and I spent a good deal of time in prayer and thinking about the fact that I no longer wanted to spend 80 hours a week in administration. And where was I happiest in my career? And that was a resounding back in the high school classroom. But I didn't want to go back into traditional education. Okay, even though I had served as a National Writing Project chair at Swamp Fox Writing Project and had done consulting work for various high schools, I wasn't quite ready to go back into traditional education. And this opportunity came about. And my first day at CAA was June 15th, 2019, the first day that Miss Franny and Mr. Miller served as a director and assistant director after Dr. Brown. So I have been here almost since the beginning of this school. I have seen every administration come and go. I was here during what we call the Great Divorce from Acceleration Academy. I was here during the pandemic, and I am still here. I could go into any high school district, any district or high school in the state probably and get a job for next year without a problem. That's not what I want to do, okay? What I want to do is stay here, because let me tell you about my day. In my classroom, I have somewhere between 10 and 15 students in the room with me at any given day. I can tell you who they are, what class they're working on, and what they're working on. During the day, I will possibly give a mini lesson on sentence types. At the same time, I'm working with someone on a comparison contrast essay, at the same time as showing a movie on Ulysses and working through ML issues and IEP issues, texting my students, reaching out to students and parents every week with progress reports, dealing with the regular things that come up with students, talking about whether or not they have food, whether or not they have a place to live, and basically loving these kids. These kids have been failed by traditional education over and over again. Most of them have been bullied. Many of them have been told they are stupid and that they cannot learn. I don't believe that, and I refuse to give up on them. Okay? They are making a difference. If you close CAA, we're going to have hundreds of students who will not finish high school. They will quit because they have become attached to us and they won't pursue their degree. We are making a change in North Charleston that will last lifetimes. Okay? What we are doing, I believe passionately, and I've turned down other job offers to stay here. I know there have been issues with the board. I know there have been issues with administration. But through the grace of God, we finally have an admin team that knows what it's doing. Dr. Burgess and Dr. Tucker and Mr. Brinkman will do what needs to be done in this school. They will make sure deadlines are met. They will make sure guidelines and procedures are followed. They have already begun to make changes that are significant in the life of this school. You cannot turn the Titanic on a dime. So I am asking that the board give us grace to let this admin team do what it needs to do and time to get it done. Give us clear expectations, clear deadlines, and we will meet them. Please join us in making a difference in these children's lives and keep us open. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll remind the people who are coming up for public comment, you're limited to 2 minutes.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is LaRon Murphy. I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm the CTE director or coordinator, career and technical education. I came over from Trident Tech. I've been in education since 1993. The reason I came over to the board, to the school, is to assist with getting students jobs more than CNA. When I was working with Trident, we would see these students coming over to the CNA program. That's the Certified Nursing Assistant only. Since I've been there, it's only been a year and a half. We've had students go into logistics. I have students ready for the welding program. I have some in the emergency medical technician program. I helped a student just a couple of days ago sign up for, he graduated, and he signed up for, the FAA is looking for air traffic controllers. It's only a 3-day window, and to sit there and help these young people get to things they probably never had a chance to, it opened those doors. I was in the Air Force. I still have a lot of ties with the Air Force. We have more students now going to the military, as well as furthering what they need to do while they're in school. We have a ton of students with jobs. We have partnerships with a ton of different local companies, as well as the big ones like Volvo and Boeing and Mercedes. I do corporate teaching for them as well. So I would like you all to reconsider some of the things that have been going on and allow our students to keep on this track they're going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Lynn Strickland, and I'm the Multilingual Learner Program Coordinator and Teacher at CAA. Currently, there are 53 multilingual learners enrolled at CAA. These students come from 10 different countries and speak at least 6 different languages, as well as a multitude of dialects. These students bring with them a variety of backgrounds and experiences. Many come from countries where school is not compulsory. Therefore, they have a gap in their education, some as long as 5 years. Most of our multilingual learners work to help support their families. In addition, at least 8 of our students have children of their own, and at least 1 has 2 children. It is inappropriate to expect these students to graduate from high school in 4 years. It is unrealistic to measure them using traditional metrics. An important part of their futures will be decided by you today. I am here to ask you, what will it take not to close our school? Your issues are not with these students or our staff. Your issues are with our leadership. Please do not punish the students or the staff because of the shortcomings of our former administrators or our board. We now have a new administrative team who have already implemented measures to comply with regulations and improve our performance. Give us the opportunity to prove ourselves. So I ask you, instead of revoking our charter, make us an offer. If the South Carolina Public Charter School District truly puts children first, tell us what it will take to retain our charter so that we can continue to help these amazing students reach their goal of a high school diploma. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Morning. Sorry if I'm a little shaky. It's cold in here. I don't know about you guys. You got on the suits. I just got this little t-shirt. I'm a student that graduated in 2019. These guys have something way more important to say than I do. This is more of just a personal note to you guys. Without this school, I would have been in a ditch somewhere in South Carolina. I did not like the direction of my life. I didn't like my family. I had no friends. It took me a very long time when I first got to the school to even talk to my mentor. There was nothing left in me. But they tried, and eventually I gave in. I made some of my best friends. I've learned life lessons and skills that I thought were just for people that were like in their 30s. I didn't know anything. I was very shocked that I was able just to learn a couple skills that have lasted me years now. I may have 2 years of life experience, but I have an apartment now. I'm hoping to work for the county. I want to give back and give to you guys. And without this school, that was a dream to me. That was nothing that I even considered before. But seeing people who genuinely give their lives away to help other people in need at their times when they are at their lowest, it just rubs a spot in my heart that I honestly can't give up. I will always support this school till I'm 40, 50, in the grave. I will always think about these people. They have done something for me that is immeasurable in any form of repay or money. Like, there is nothing you could give back to people who genuinely and honestly care about people and want to help them. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I'm Noah Ratliff, by the way. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Noah.
Mr. Chairman, the sixth person had to leave, so she won't be speaking.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are not in need of an executive session. So we're on to item 9, action items. Fort Mill Academy of Arts and Science Charter Voluntary Withdrawal, John Payne.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, trustees. The South Carolina Public Charter School District is asking for your approval to approve the voluntary termination of Fort Mill Academy's charter, which you conditionally approved on April 17th, 2022. As you may recall, when you approved them last year, it was a contingent approval for them to meet their rigorous enrollment targets of over 500 students. Throughout the fall, they struggled with finding a suitable location in the Fort Mill area. And as you may recall, they appeared back before you at the January 19th board meeting to ask for a one-year extension for their charter, with the expectation that they would be coming back before you today with an amended charter and a more solidified facility plan. Regrettably, that did not happen. And so the board met, the Fort Mill Academy board met and discussed and determined it in their best interest to voluntarily terminate their charter and perhaps at some point in the future consider applying again. So we have reviewed that information, and that recommendation does come from district staff that you approve the voluntary termination of Fort Mill Academy's charter.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to accept staff recommendation.
Need a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Having none, I'll call the vote. All in favor of accepting staff recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charleston Advancement Academy revocation hearing. Mr. Norton? Mr. Turner, would y'all like?
I believe
Go ahead.
Mr. Turner has a motion he'd like to make.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, South Carolina Public Charter School District Board of Trustees. Good morning, Mr. Carroll. Good morning, Mr. Norton. The Charleston Advancement Academy High School does have a motion it would like to make this morning to dismiss this revocation action. Its motion is based on due process concerns, and there are two bases for that. The first is that, as the Board of Trustees knows, on January 19th, 2023, when the vote was taken to revoke Charleston Advancement Academy's charter, that vote was made and that motion was made sua sponte by the board's own volition and not upon the recommendation of district staff. And today, the district board seeks to adjudicate its own motion. And the concern is that both the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of South Carolina prohibit any individual from being subject to the same person for both prosecution and adjudication. The second basis of the motion is that prior to the time when the vote was taken on January 19th, 2023, the board went into executive session with legal counsel for over an hour to discuss Charleston Advancement Academy in addition to potentially other things. And today, that legal counsel is representing the opposing party in this revocation hearing. And it's Charleston Advancement Academy High School's position that those procedures do not comply with due process requirements. And we would move to dismiss the revocation action on those bases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Turner. Mr. Norton, would you like to respond?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. The district and I disagree with that, and so does the General Assembly. The Step Charter Act provides for the charter revocation process, which has been followed in this case. It doesn't say anything in the Charter Act about staff recommendations. It only speaks about board action. The notice of revocation is nothing more than that. It is a notice. It is a choice by this board to proceed with revocation. At that point, the school has a choice. It can either acquiesce or it can request a hearing, at which time due process attaches. Prior to that point, it is simply an action of the board. It's just that simple. There's no prosecution or adjudication. There is a simple, straightforward process in the Charter Act. It has been adjudicated multiple times before the Administrative Law Court in South Carolina. It's been adjudicated multiple times before the Court of Appeals and Supreme Court in South Carolina. It has never been found to violate due process, and it shouldn't be here. The motion to dismiss should be denied, and speaking of due process, we had no notice of this motion prior to today either, so we had no opportunity to prepare for it. So I will state that for the record as another basis to deny.
All right, thank you. I'm going to deny the motion. This hearing's been convened in accordance with South Carolina law. Mr. Norton. Just for the record, it's 10:27. In my opening statement, I said that I'd give the district 2 hours, so We'll go to 12:30.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I assume that doesn't account for cross-examination time
No.
by Mr. Turner. I'd also like to state for the record that the public comment that was provided today was done as an accommodation to CAA. So that additional time that it took this morning was a request of the school. The district was willing to proceed without that, and all the speakers were brought here by CAA or for CAA. One other administrative matter before we get started. By consent, the parties have agreed to move into evidence all of the items that are in the notebooks before you. So all of these items are evidence. There are some items that are disputed. We will handle those on a one-by-one basis, but the notebooks that you have from both the district and the school, those items are into evidence by consent. Correct, Mr. Turner?
That's correct.
You want to take it for the record? They can't hear you also.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. That was his radio voice. So what we are here today, of course, on a revocation, and specifically there, as you all know, there are multiple grounds for revocation. I don't think most of you have been through a revocation process because the district has not revoked a school since 2019. And so it's a little different. Today, the academic performance standards are the subject of the notice of revocation, though there are some financial components. The issue here really is that the school did not meet academic performance expectations in the amended charter that was agreed upon and passed by this board in November of 2020. Since that time, the schools board knows that it not only was not meeting those goals, it didn't even really complete making those goals. The schools board knew it. They've been making efforts to deny, to shift, to blame, to avoid accountability, just like they have in every other situation. Their efforts to do this are legion, through litigation, through media, through any way that is possible except teaching students. The evidence is going to show you that that's what they spent their money on. The evidence is going to show you that the results followed, and they're not acceptable under the charter. We heard some public comment from folks about these goals. There's a goal in the charter that talks about a 65% graduation rate of the 12th grade cohort. There's dispute about how to calculate that. You can calculate it and get 0% if you look at just a one-year grade calculation. You can calculate it as the state does and get 8%. You can calculate it like CAA calculated it in its rebuttal to the transfer report and get 12.64%. You can calculate it like their paid expert calculated it and get 21%. But what you can't do is calculate it and get 65%. This is after year 6 of this charter. This is not a new school anymore. CAA doesn't even refute that it's not meeting credit attainment goals. It doesn't even bother to refute those. It doesn't bother to refute that it's not meeting EOC standards and objectives. If they do that today, it'll be the first time. CAA is before you today because they tried to avoid accountability by asking to transfer to Limestone. The plan backfired. Instead of allowing them to escape, it exposed them. It exposed their bad academic results. It exposed the fact that they had not been doing what they were supposed to do. It exposed that they were not working with the district. It exposed that they had been taking actions without permission, changing school calendars. It exposed that their attendance record for their students is abysmal. It exposed that their power school records are not reliable. When CAA got the notice of revocation and it got the transfer report, This is what it told its families in response. This is on its website, which you've all seen. It was sent to all of you. Dear students, parents, and family members, the district has taken, among other things, the district is taking increasingly hostile and hateful actions against our school. They have bullied us and tried to harm our school, and they think nobody can stop them from doing it. They are wrong. Our students work too hard to be treated like pawns and disrespected by these people. We will not allow it. That is why we filed this federal lawsuit. Not one mention of academics. Not one mention of your students are doing better than what the district says. Not one mention of, don't worry, that's not true. Just, we're going to fight. They're hateful and they're bullies. Venom spewing. And it misrepresents what's happened here at this district over the last 2 years. What they didn't tell the school is that this school has essentially gotten a do-over. This school was given a do-over after about 3 years of its charter. Josh, if you don't mind, if you play the video that shows where we actually started this process, where we ended up today. This is where today really started.
Yeah, I'm Wayne Stevens, the new director at Charleston Advancement Academy. I was hired first to be the director of guidance and to look at transcripts and kids' schedules and things like that. And then we just had a little transfer of principal leaving, and then I'm the only other one with an administrative degree, so I kind of was adopted to, you're going to take this role. So it's been exciting, actually. Teachers are excited, our students are excited. So it's been a learning curve for me, because I've come from a traditional, setting for 30 years. And now walking into a charter school, especially a charter school like this, working with at-risk students, it's amazing. So it's an eye-opening for me. But it's always something I've always wanted to do. I just think the school is so important for those type of students that, unfortunately, a lot of traditional schools kind of let them fall through the cracks, and I don't want to do that.
Where were you prior? Were you in the Low Country?
Yes, I was working with Charleston County School District, so I was at West Ashley High School, so the second largest high school in Charleston County. So I was a director there for 8 years.
Yeah.
So yes.
You've been well trained.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. Thank you.
I want to welcome you as well, and I want to thank you for the spirit of cooperation that you have demonstrated, especially in the last, I would say, 45 days working with us. There were a lot of people in the background that were, making, relationship connections and getting us to the point where we are today. We're almost on the 1 year mark when we first started on this road. And I know there's been tension at times and all that, but I'm glad we had a great working session yesterday, and I appreciate everything that you've done on your end and everything our staff has done to get us to a place where hopefully this board can approve a new amendment for your charter. So board members, all of you have in your packet any objections to adding comparable? Okay, we'll move on. Item number 5, page 47 in your document. Everybody, page 47. The updated language would state a target graduation rate of 65% or a goal of 80% or greater. South Carolina Public Charter School District staff and CAA understand final decision-making lies with the Board of Trustees, knowing we can revisit this in the future. Everybody okay with that?
And this was?
Okay, so knowing that everybody agrees, all parties, the staff and I recommend approval of the new amendment for CAA in their charter.
I've got just one quick, since on page 52 it happened to turn to governance, just curious, your board now, how many are up for, when do you have elections? And how many are coming up?
Our election is November 30th. There are 2 positions to be filled. And then we just appointed 2 members. So we will be a board of 7. We'll be a board of 7.
You're currently at what number?
We have, well, now with the 2, we are 7, but I'm
2
up
are
for
gonna-
reelection. And then another board member is up for reelection. And the other 2 just got appointed. And they get sworn in next Wednesday.
Okay,
So,
thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say thank you really to our staff
yes.
for the amazing run this has been. This has been a marathon that what happens is you get tired, you take a break for a week, and you come back and pick up where you left off. And I just can't thank, like Taylor lived this in her heart. She would go to graduation, she was in the halls, she could feel it for these students. Everyone, what Emily called, the programs, and Catherine, Bobby, Chris coming in and setting such a strong relational tone from the top of organizations to the top of your organization. I think growing in awareness between the parties of just how much, while there's a lot of autonomy, there's a lot of precision in writing a charter. Because it becomes that constitution that we all bind ourselves to one another through. And so that, I think, was a real learning process. And I think at the base of it all was a commitment to those yet unmet children out there who don't have another chance.
I think we can all agree we learned a lot through this process.
Yeah.
And it's all about getting your kids, what they need.
Yes,
And
yes.
I'm
Discovering
ready to
it.
move forward.
Yeah,
I
thank
move that
you.
the board accept the staff's recommendation on the amended charter with the amended charter.
Second. Okay, we're open for discussion, but Chris wants to say one more thing.
Just one more thing, and I think publicly, I think this should be said that, we talk about working together, and there's somebody that's not in this room, and I hope we can all thank Representative Lynn Bennett,
Yeah.
Yes.
who really was instrumental behind the scenes and working, between me and you, and then brought us all together, and Ms. Mostetler, and that relationship. And so it took a lot of different people coming together to get it to this point, and hopefully a very exciting move.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there any further board discussion, any questions? None? I'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There you go. You've got your new charter.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It was great working with your staff. We've actually met several in the lobby and got to put a face to the emails.
Yeah. We got in there last night pretty deep.
Yes, yes, we did. And thank you so much, Mr. Neely. It has been really great working with you. I appreciate it, and everybody else.
Thank you. Be safe. Going back home.
Thank you.
Okay, so,
So to set the scene a little bit, the clips from this meeting are from November 2020. You can tell from my good-looking mask, we're still in COVID a little bit. You can tell from Miss Mosteller's sunglasses.
I don't know what that was about.
She'd had some eye stuff done, I think.
I did.
Yeah.
That's true. That's
And
right.
so we're in November 2020. It's a restart. The board officers for CAA are up for a new election. They've had a full term since then. What's happened is that CAA is now in its 6th year of its contract. It's up for renewal on June 30th of 2027. Over its history, it's had and separated from 2 different EMOs. It's hired 8 different school leaders. It's overhauled the entire administrative staff twice. And as you heard in public comment, it reappointed 2 board members after they received a combined 16 votes out of 139 cast. Everybody from the original folks that founded this school to the people on the staff, multiple staffs at this district, to legislators have tried to intervene to help this board get this ship righted, and they have not been able to do it over 6 years. Since 2020, since November 2020, it's not met the goals and standards it set for itself. It hasn't met basic district policies and procedures. I don't have to recount all of the things that have come before you that you've learned about: changing school calendars without telling people, facility leases. It's one thing after the other over 6 years. And we have no indication that anything will change. You're going to hear testimony today, I expect, that CAA has spent less money per pupil over the last year than any other school in our district, while having some of the worst academic results. Let that sink in a minute. The school is spending less money per pupil than any other school in our district while achieving these academic results you're hearing about. Where's the money? Being set aside for a facility while they're in essentially a rent-free arrangement. And once again, even within the last 6 months, right at the beginning of the year, the CAA board mismanaged its only employee relationship, that of the school leader, which has changed 8 times, to the point that we found out, the district found out, that through a newspaper, that over half of the staff walked out of school one day. As one of the CAA's staff members said in that newspaper article, cloaked in anonymity to protect her job, none of this is in the best interest of students. You've heard from CAA staff members. We were told in that article, again, none of this is in the best interest of students. It's past time for this school to close. The district staff is asking that the board vote to do just that today and affirm its vote to revoke the school's charter effective June 30th, 2023. Thank you.
Good morning, South Carolina Public Charter School District Board of Trustees. I am Tyler Turner, and I have the pleasure and the privilege of representing Charleston Advancement Academy High School today. I may refer to Charleston Advancement Academy as CAA at times today. CAA is an alternative education campus charter school located in the Charleston, South Carolina area, and its purpose is to serve students who have dropped out of school or are at risk of dropping out of school so that they can obtain a high school diploma and better themselves and their community. At the end of the day today, I, along with my co-counsel, am going to ask your board to overturn the vote you took on January 19th, 2023 to revoke CAA's charter. Revoking a charter and shutting down a school is the most drastic action a sponsor can take and removes educational opportunities from students and families who have chosen to utilize those opportunities. In this case, CAA serves primarily minority, impoverished, at-risk, dropout students. And you'll hear that from the witnesses today that CAA has been successful in leading almost 200 of those students to the attainment of a high school diploma. Before a sponsor revokes a charter, any sponsor, there are legal obligations that have to be fulfilled and procedural safeguards that need to be in place. You'll hear from several witnesses today. You'll Hear from witnesses that understand CAA's academic performance, that understand how to calculate CAA's graduation rate, that understand the evaluation standards that apply to alternative education campuses under the statute in South Carolina. You'll hear from CAA administrators and board members who govern and manage CAA's finances. You'll hear from CAA administrators and board members who help guide CAA's student outreach programs and support services. You'll hear from board members that understand the history of the school and the unique, unexpected, and undeserved challenges the school has faced. And you'll hear from one of many CAA graduates whose life has been changed by this school. I suppose you've already heard from one, so it'll be the second. There are several questions that you'll need to answer at the end of the hearing today. First, did the district evaluate CAA's performance as required by the South Carolina Charter Schools Act and the Alternative Education Statute? Second, did the district require CAA to develop and execute a corrective action plan before it moved to revoke the school's charter? Third, did the district implement a revocation review process with CAA prior to taking a vote to revoke the school's charter? Fourth, did the district comply with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act in taking a vote to revoke the school's charter on January 19th, 2023? And fifth, has CAA been given reasonable due process as required by law? We'll also learn about other factors that may be motivating some to take the position that CAA needs to be revoked immediately that have nothing to do with CAA's performance. At the end of the hearing, we'll revisit these issues, and co-counsel and I will ask your board to overturn the vote that you took on January 19th, 2023 to revoke CAA's charter. I appreciate your time and attention today. I appreciate your public service to the state. I look forward to speaking with you later today. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you call your first witness?
Thank you, Chairman Payne. We call John R. Payne to stand, please. Good morning, Mr. Payne.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can everybody good? We got good on mics? Yes, please.
I do.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record, please?
John R. Payne.
Are you in any way related to Chairman John S. Payne?
No, sir, I am not.
Congratulations. What is your position with the district?
I serve as the Deputy Superintendent for Sponsor Performance for the South Carolina Public Charter School District.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about what your duties are in that capacity?
Yes, sir. So I serve as the Chief Administrator and provide oversight for two of the district's major functions. One, all things related to authorization from development of new applicants, new applications, to amendments, to renewals, to potential transfers, potential revocations, so all things authorization for the school district. I as well oversee all of the data and accountability work for the charter school district, working with the 38 schools within our portfolio to meet district, state, and federal accountability requirements, including the oversight and management of our various platforms such as PowerSchool, Enrich, and the other platforms that we in the State Department of Education use.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. You might have to slow down a touch for the court reporter. Ms. Court Reporter, if you need us to slow down, you just raise your hand, okay? Can you tell me about your qualifications that prepared you for your position with the district, please, Mr. Payne?
Yes, sir. I have been on staff as of today 13 months and 1 day. I joined April 1st, 2022. From In February 2018, I was appointed as a Deputy Constitutional Officer, serving as the Deputy State Superintendent for Federal Programs, Accountability, and School Improvement at the South Carolina Department of Education, appointed by the Honorable Molly Spearman. So I had 4 years in that capacity. I provided direct oversight and management and served as the Chief Administrator for between 6 to 8 offices, including but not limited to the Office of Federal and State Accountability, the Office of Special Education Services, the Office of Adult Education, the Office of Assessment, the Office of Research and Data Analysis, the Office of Educator Services, the Office of School Transformation, which includes the programs, all charter-related programs for the Department of Education. And last but least, I created and deployed the very first Office of Emergency Programs to handle South Carolina's $4.5 billion that we received in educational COVID funding. Prior to that, I served 5 years as the State Director of Special Education at the South Carolina Department of Education, plus another 7 years or so working at the department in increasingly progressive leadership roles. I have taught at the high school, community college, and university levels. My last position in teaching, I was an adjunct professor for Claflin University. I have researched, co-published, published, and presented nationally on a host of topics related to education, special education, multilingual learners, child abuse prevention and neglect issues in my career that has spanned, I think right now I'm in my 26th year working in or around public education.
And when did you start here at the Charter District?
Again, I started here at the Charter District April 1st, 2022.
Prior to coming to the Charter District, did you ever have opportunity to work in a situation where you had to close a school or close a district?
I did.
Can you tell us about that experience a little bit?
Yes, sir. There were 2 occasions where I was involved with that. Obviously, as the Deputy State Superintendent, I was integrally involved with State Superintendent Spearman when we declared an emergency takeover for Williamsburg County School due to a host of issues with that school district. I also worked collaboratively with Superintendent Spearman when we declared an emergency declaration and took over management of Timmonsville School District due to a number of issues.
And since you've been at the district, have you participated in a revocation proceeding?
No, sir.
As part of your duties as Deputy Superintendent for Sponsor Performance, do you evaluate applications for transfer to other sponsors?
I do.
What do you do typically when you receive one of those applications?
Despite being limited, I look to the district policy, which attends to looking at the overall academic health of a school. I look at the most recent or most up-to-date charter, identify what the charter goals were, and try my best to independently verify those data that are committed to in the charter. I equally consult and look at the state report card. As you probably know, South Carolina has a consolidated state and federal accountability system that pulls together all of the state requirements with all of the federal requirements, and the result of which are put into report cards that schools and school districts receive annually, despite there being 2-year where report card grades were not given for schools or school districts due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
As part of your duties, did you have an opportunity to evaluate a transfer request from Charleston Advancement Academy?
I did.
If you'll, do you have your notebooks over there?
Yes, sir.
Can we take just a quick break and make sure we get the notebooks over to the witness? Okay, Mr. Payne, if you would look at tab 10 for me, please. And board, each of you should have a notebook as well. There are 2 binders, should be behind you. It has the Charter School District logo that will allow you to follow along with the witness. Mr. Chairman, if you'll let me know when we're ready to proceed. Everybody's got their notebooks.
Everybody good? Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Payne, do you recognize this document that's here? It's marked as tab 10.
I do.
Is this a document that you prepared?
It is.
And can you tell me why you prepared it?
This report was prepared pursuant to district policy at the request of Charleston Advancement Academy to transfer to Limestone Charter Association.
Okay. And did you look at CAA's goals and objectives in its charter prior to drafting the report?
I did.
Can you tell me what other information you would have looked at when drafting the report?
Yes, sir. So in addition to the 2 specific mission goals that were outlined in CAA's charter, amended charter, I also looked at their performance on statewide assessments, which were contemplated as goals within the specific charter. I looked at graduation rate information. I looked at credit attainment information. I looked at the performance of students on the host of assessments that would include the end-of-course examinations that are state required in Algebra 1, English 2, Biology, and the United States History and Constitution, along with career readiness metrics, which would be the WIN Ready to Work, ASVAB, ACT, those kinds of things. Again, trying to do a comprehensive review of the district's academic levels, as well as the school's academic levels, as well as the school's academic health.
Maybe I should have asked this better. Is there any academic data that was available to you that you did not look at in preparing this report?
No, sir, to my knowledge, no.
If you look at tab 2 on page 40, well, first of all, if you look at tab 2, just the very front page, do you recognize this as Charleston Advancement Academy's amended charter approved by the board on November 12th, 2020?
I do.
Okay. And if you'll flip over to page 46, excuse me, page 42. You'll see there that there is a reference to goals and objectives. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
In your transfer report, did you go through each of these goals and objectives to see if the measures had been met?
I did.
And what did you determine as you went through these goals and objectives?
Despite 1 or 2 for which we did not have access to independently verified data, the majority of them, what we found were that the school was significantly lacking in terms of its performance for the percent of students that were showing readiness either C or higher on end-of-course examinations, or 20 or higher on ACT, or 31 or higher on ASVAB, silver or higher on the WIN Ready to Work assessment.
And if you flip over to page 45, you'll see that there is a method to establish objectives with benchmarks. You
Yes,
see
sir.
that?
I do see that.
Can you tell me what is it you're understanding that this chart is supposed to represent?
The chart is expected to, benchmarks typically are measures by which a school would establish an annual measure to get them to whatever goal that they set forth in their charter. So it would enable us to determine in an annual review whether or not the school is on target for the goals and objectives that it has set forth for itself in its charter.
Has the school set any of these benchmarks?
No, sir.
Have you seen any documentation at all from Momentum Strategy and Research?
No, sir.
So did you present all the information in this report to the board at the January 19th, 2023 board meeting?
I did, sir.
And do you stand by that information in the report
I did.
today?
I do.
Was the school, or were school representatives present at the hearing?
They were.
Did they provide rebuttal information at the hearing?
Yes, sir, they did.
Did they provide rebuttal information to you prior to the hearing?
Excuse me. Yes, sir, they did.
Is Exhibit 20 the rebuttal information that was provided to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Can you tell me, here, let everybody get there. If you flip over 2 pages, on the back of that page, you'll see 2 tables, both labeled Table 1. Do you see that?
Mr. Norton, which page are we on?
So we're on tab 20. And if you will flip 2 pages, we're looking at the back of the page. It says Table 1, CAA 4-year adjusted cohort.
Thank you.
Mr. Payne, is the table at the top the one prepared by you?
Yes, sir. The table at the top is the one that I prepared.
And is the table at the bottom the one prepared by the school in rebuttal to your table?
Yes, sir, that is correct. The table below is the one that was presented in the rebuttal that CAA sent on January 18th.
So what graduation rate is it reporting?
The school in its rebuttal on January 18th indicated for the 2022 school year a graduation rate of 12.64%, slightly above but still significantly low compared to the 12.07 the prior year.
Okay. Does 12.64% meet the charter goals set by Charleston Advancement Academy?
No, sir.
And if you flip over 2 more pages to Table 2, we see some credit attainment data. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Were you able to ascertain where this data came from the school?
There were references in here to Edgenuity in the narrative. There was no source listed for this particular table. My assumption is that the data came from Edgenuity.
How many students were considered in the charter school district's table?
All 719 students that had enrolled that were enrolled at one or more points for the 21-22 school year.
And how many students were considered by CAA?
312 students.
Do you have any explanation for the discrepancy in the number of students?
One of the things that we noticed as we began looking at the data were significant numbers of students enrolling and then unenrolling or becoming inactive. We tried to capture the universe of students who had enrolled at one or more points during the school year. With respect to CAAs, they list 312 students.
Did you, in your process, did you have some concerns about the validity of the CAA data?
I did.
And can you tell me why?
The result that the school provided in its response, which is below Table 2, highlighted in yellow, indicate that 31.09% of their students earned or maintained credit for the 21-22 school year. That is significantly variant from the 2.23% that we identified in Power School. We reran reports, completed confirmatory analysis on our data, so it was concerning to us to see that significant of a discrepancy in the data.
According to CAA's charter, is the Edgenuity data supposed to correlate to Power School data?
Yes, sir. They have a section in their charter that indicates that their Edgenuity or other platform and Power School will run parallel so as to have a seamless transition of data from the school to the district, from the district to the state, so that we're all clear on, have valid and reliable data upon which to do the work that we are charged to do.
And based on your analysis of the information presented by you and then subsequently by CAA, do you believe that to be the case, that the Ingenuity data and the Power School data are in fact synced up?
I do not believe that Edgenuity data and Power School data are synced.
Did the CAA provide you any additional data subsequent to the transfer hearing in January?
Yes, sir, they did. As required by statute and Department of Education, all charter schools are expected to submit an annual report for the prior year by December 31st. Because of some delays on the part of the departments, this year we got an extension until January 31st. The school, Charleston Advancement Academy, submitted their annual report to us on or around January 31st. I believe we gave them, recall we gave them a little extension, which was a courtesy that we granted to other schools. When they submitted a report, we identified some missing information. We sent it back and worked as collaboratively as possible to give them that extension. They did provide that information to us, though.
In fact, how many times did they have to resubmit?
The third submission was the final.
Did you review that annual report data that was submitted?
I did.
And tell me why you would have reviewed that annual report data.
It is our responsibility to review in our charge under the Charter Act to provide oversight of our schools within our portfolio. In addition, we are required to pull together annual reports from all of our charter school, and then typically the timing is that schools must submit by December 31st, and then we have to combine, review, and submit a report to the South Carolina Department of Education 1 month later. Again, the specific year back, we got that a 1 month extension, so our schools had until January 31st to submit to us, and then we had until February 28th to submit our report to the State Department of Education. In addition, we, as part of our own district accountability contemplated under the Charter Act, we do review all of our schools' annual reports and provide a summary evaluation back to them with respect to the information that they provided, along with any other information that we believe should be included to identify and give feedback to the school.
Okay, so if you will, before we leave this binder, just to make sure we cover everything and with minimal flipping, would you look back real quickly at tab 19 for me?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what this report is?
This is colloquially referred to as the College Freshman Report. It is a report that is generated to identify what and how students are doing after they leave high school. It is a required, at the moment, it is a required report that all schools and districts must complete and submit.
And what does it show about Charleston Advancement Academy's performance?
So in this specific document, they indicate that for the 21-22 school year, they issued 47 diplomas. Of the 47 diplomas, 3 of those students who earned diplomas went on to a 4-year college or university. 4 students went to a 2-year college or regional or campus. 4 were enrolled in a 2-year associate's degree. 2 were enrolled in some other diploma or certificate program. 4 had gainful employment, and 6 had enrolled or entered into the United States Armed Forces.
Is part of CAA's charter that they will prepare students for employment and college after high school?
Yes, sir, it is. It's explicitly stated in their charter.
And what does this report show about whether CAA is performing that function adequately?
On line 10 of this charter freshman report, you will see that there are 24 students, a little over half of the 47, that are participating in some other activity for which information was not available. Ostensibly, it means that the child is not, or the student or former student is not attending a 4-year college, a 2-year college, a tech school, and some other trade school, gainfully employed, or in armed services.
So are they preparing students for life after high school based on this report?
Based on this report, less than half of them are moving into continuing their education or gainful employment, so I do not believe that to be the case.
Can you turn over to tab 22 for me, please, and binder 2? So we got to switch binders. Is this the third and final submission of the most recent annual report from CAA?
Yes, sir, this is the third and final submission from CAA for their annual report for the 21-22 school year.
Did you do some analysis to determine whether the academic data performed or reported in this was accurate?
We reviewed the information presented in this annual report. We had some concerns. One, we were not seeing the same data as we were seeing not only for example, for the testing. We were not seeing the same information as we were seeing in test vendor files, in PowerSchool, and other sources. The school district did provide its enrollment numbers as part of number 2 on page 6. They provided report card data, which is outlined on pages 8 and 9. And then they provided other data, graphs, and that sort of thing, which again was incongruent with what we were seeing in PowerSchool.
Okay. Let's talk about the academic goals if we can. If you'll turn to page 14, you'll see that there's what the school says are 3 primary CAA high school goals as per the mission statement. Do you see that?
I do.
And the actual outcome, there are 54 graduates reported. Do you see that? In the very bottom row.
Yes, sir, I see that now.
Did you do anything to verify whether there were actually 54 graduates in 2021-22 school year?
We did.
Can you tell me what you did to verify that?
We looked not only in Power School, but we also looked in a system or a platform that the State Department of Education uses called DOTS, Diploma Ordering Tracking System. DOTS is the way that schools put in information to queue up the issuance of a South Carolina high school diploma. Once that child is entered into DOTS, then the child has to be verified. It queues up for the vendor to produce the high school diploma. The diplomas are then transmitted back to the school. The school then reviews that, and if the child does complete the requirements to get a high school diploma, then the diploma can be given. If not, the diploma is expected to be returned since that child did not earn a uniform South Carolina high school diploma. In our analysis, so we looked not only in Power School, but we also looked in DOTS. And what we found in DOTS is that none of the seniors who entered as 12th graders graduated within 1 year of their enrollment at Charleston Advancement Academy.
So is the information in DOTS consistent with the information reported by the school?
It is not, no.
What is the most reliable resource to determine if a student actually graduated?
The most reliable source is DOTS.
And why is that?
Because that is the metric or the system by which the physical diploma is issued and sent to the school for that child to be then recorded as receiving a high school diploma issued by the state of South Carolina.
Did you ever analyze the academic performance of only seniors at CAA during school year 2021, 2022?
No, sir, we looked at the performance of all students.
Okay. And do you know how many 12th graders enrolled in CAA strike that. Do you know how many students entered as 12th graders during school year 2021, 2022 at CAA?
It seems like I recall, and I think I have that here, but I seem to recall it being about 90 or so students.
Okay. Do you remember doing an analysis of how many of those students graduated within a year?
I do remember that.
And do you remember how many of those students graduated within 12 months?
Yes, sir. 0 students graduated within 12 months.
So if they entered as CAA as a senior, 0 of them graduated within 12 months?
Yes, sir. So what we did is we looked at entry date to CAA, determined that they would be senior status. We then looked to DOTS to see if we found that corresponding child's name in DOTS, and we found no corresponding names for the 12-month period.
So in order for a student to be enrolled as a senior, what criteria would they have to meet to be initially enrolled as a senior?
Generally, you're looking at a student who has roughly 18 credits towards the 24 credits required to get the South Carolina high school diploma.
So they have to get somewhere between 1 and 6 credits within the 12-month period.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Would you consider all students, well, strike that. Have you done any independent research regarding the performance of what Mr. Turner referred to as alternative education campuses?
I have.
Can you tell me about that research, please?
Yes, sir. So the National Charter Institute has an A-Game dashboard that includes data on alternative education campuses, both as charters as well as traditional school alternative education campuses. That dashboard is a real-time dashboard where you can, or an interactive dashboard, I should say, where you can look at the information and determine, in general, what percentage of AECs are graduating high school within 4 years of entering into high school. The national data from the National Charter School Institute indicated that roughly 45% of students graduate within 4 years of entering in an alternative education campus school.
I'm going to object to this, and we've made an objection prior to today. This is information we believe that was not before the district board on January 19th, 2023, and that the school did not have an opportunity to assess at any point prior to that and transfer request report or otherwise.
You have a response?
This is obviously information that Mr. Payne can recite from the top of his head. It's part of his analysis. It's part of his ongoing duties with the district. I don't think the school would take the position that, its ongoing academic performance is not relevant here before this board. The notice simply provides notice of when the board intends to revoke. It doesn't put a moment in time when the world stops. The school continues to operate, it continues to teach children, and the board is free to consider any information that comes after, unless Mr. Turner is going to take the position that it can't consider anything after January 19th. And I don't think that's his position. I think this is fair information. Mr. Payne has not said whether he knew this before or after the transfer hearing. The objection was to a document which we are not introducing as evidence. We're just letting him testify about what he knows of his own personal knowledge. The objection should be overruled.
Okay, the objection is noted, but it's overruled.
All right, Mr. Payne, you may continue if you're not finished.
In addition to looking at A-game data, I also spent time to understand better alternative education campuses and the literature out there. I read an article by Jimenez that was a study of over 900,000 students in the state of New York. They looked at at-risk students that would typically be appropriate for an alternative education campus or transfer school. The literature sometimes refers to it. What Jimenez and the authors found was that they followed two sets of children, those at-risk students who stayed in a traditional public school and those who transferred to an alternative education campus, again involving over 900,000 students in their study. What the authors found was that those students who stayed in their traditional school had approximately a 12% graduation rate in 4 years. And that is to say their four-year cohort graduation rate was about 12, a little over 12%. However, students that transferred to an alternative education campus, the researchers found that the graduation, while still low, increased to roughly 30% in 4 years to get a 4-year graduation rate. And again, while that's low, it is substantially similar. So it was concerning. So the 30%, as I contemplated the data, the 30% was in line with the 45% that the National Charter Institute provided their data. The 12%, which was reflective of the kids who stayed in their traditional school, seemed to be more akin to the data that presented by Charleston Advancement Academy, and their official graduation rate is calculated by the State Department of Education.
Mr. Payne, based on your analysis, is CAA meeting the standards of these standards that you are aware of regarding AECs?
No, sir.
The academic performance standards, I should be clear.
No, sir. Based on the information that I have reviewed and research that I have looked at, national research, as well as the information from the National Charter Institute, the school is not meeting those expectations either.
I'm just going to ask you just to help us through this, and we'll try to get through this as quickly as we can.
Yes, sir.
If you would turn to tab 25. This is a lengthy exhibit. Can you tell us what tab 25 is?
Yes, sir. Tab 25. So to better understand credit attainment, one of the things that we noted and a difficulty that we experienced was really trying to understand the data we were seeing in PowerSchool. For example, in the school's January 18th rebuttal, the day before the January 19th board meeting, it listed specific students as having graduated with a high school diploma. However, as we reviewed that information, one student that we caught our eye, and she was listed in multiple years as having gotten a high school diploma. So that gave us serious concern. We looked at her in PowerSchool, and indeed she had been coded in 4 separate years as having graduated from Charleston Advancement Academy. We then looked to DOTS. We did find the student in DOTS, and she did graduate, but she graduated much later than she was coded. So in an effort to better understand credit attainment, we took the students who were enrolled at Charleston Advancement Academy as of their 180th day last school year. Because the school, in its critical mission goals, indicated that their goal was for students to be earning at least 6 credits per academic year in order for them to be able to graduate in 4 years or as close there as possible. So we took the students enrolled. There were 496 students enrolled at Charleston Advancement Academy on the 180th day. We went into PowerSchool and we downloaded and printed their transcripts. These transcripts have been removed of personally identifiable information, and so what you see in front of you are a stack of transcripts. Each page is a unique student. I believe these are, yes, there are front and back. Each page is a individual student. It shows the schools they attended. It shows, just to orient viewers to this, it shows the schools they attended, the courses they took. It shows the mark or the grade that they got for the class, and last but least of all, it shows the credit, 0 if they did not get the credit, 1 or 0.5, depending upon what credit the course is worth. It shows the credit attainment, and you can see generally they go from the oldest school at the top to the newest school at the very bottom. We examined these transcripts to see, because this shows the courses that students are enrolled in, and that were enrolled in at the end of the 22 school year, all the way back to their point of entry. What we found as we went through this was we did a very simple exercise. We looked to simply see how many students were getting 6 credits per year during their enrollment at Charleston Advancement Academy.
And what did you find?
We found as we went through there that, so with front and back, what we found were 8 students that had completed 6 or more credits per academic year for every year that they were enrolled. So if they were enrolled 1 year, only 1 year, did they get 6 credits? If they were enrolled 2 years, did they have 12 credits? 3 years, and so on and so forth. What we found were 8 transcripts that contained or demonstrated or showed that students were completing 6 credits per academic year. The result of which, 8 out of, there were 496, so that, if my math is correct, that leaves about 488 students who were not earning 6 or more credits per academic school year.
And the goal in the charter, to be clear, is geared at 6 credits per academic year.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And what's relevant about 6 credits per academic year?
In general, children are encouraged to complete high school in 4 years, and the general pace is to earn 6 credits per year so that you take 4 years to get your high school diploma. 6 in freshman, then 7 to 12 in your sophomore, 13 to 18 in your junior, 19 to 24 in your senior year, in order for you to complete your high school or to obtain your high school diploma in 4 years. So the 6 really is a metric by which it enables the child to be on a trajectory to finish school as soon as possible.
So if you're not earning 6 credits in a year, how would you describe the student's trajectory towards graduation?
The student's trajectory is, as we looked at this, was particularly concerning because it appeared to be significantly delayed and slowed. As you look through, it doesn't take long to see that in general, oftentimes children are taking 1 or 2, maybe 3 classes per year. We noted one transcript where the student was enrolled in a .5 course solely for that academic school year. So what we saw was that as you look through this and look at Charleston Advancement Academy, here's one student for 1920 who took a .5 course. The next year they took 3 courses. They passed 1. The other 2 they withdrew. Passing, if you see WP, that indicates a withdrawal from the class with a passing grade. However, no credit is earned. And then in the 21-22 school year, the student had taken 2 classes and received credit for 1.
All right. Mr. Payne, can you flip over to Exhibit 27 for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what this exhibit is and and what you did with it?
Yes, sir. These are 2 students for whom we have executed affidavits for students at Charleston Advancement Academy who called and spoke with the district with respect to Charleston Advancement Academy in support of the school.
And what documentation, what did you do after receiving the affidavits?
We were interested to see, again, in an attempt to verify or ascertain how well these students are doing. We looked to see generally how well the students were performing, what their grades were, what their attendance patterns were, whether or not they had any disciplinary incidences or that kind of thing to determine whether or not Charleston Advancement Academy, as per what these individuals, parents and students shared, if they were meeting these children's educational needs and fulfilling their responsibilities as outlined in their charter.
And if you'll flip to the end of the affidavits, you'll see that there are some records there, I think identified by student number. There's 10423.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
I do.
Can you tell me what those records show?
Yes, sir. So as you, this is most recent to oldest and provides the courses and the grades and credit earned for this specific student, not only at Charleston Advancement Academy, but also at schools that the student attended going back to their 8th grade. You'll see year term, you will see grade level, and that's how the student is classified, 8th grader, 9th grader, that sort of thing. The grade earned, and then, the grade, and then the credit earned, and then the school name.
And so how is the student doing at Charleston Advancement Academy compared to how the student was doing at the prior schools?
So in general, it looks like the student was faring a little better at preceding schools upon entrance into First Charleston Acceleration Academy, and then, Charleston Acceleration Academy, then thereafter Charleston Advancement Academy. It looks as though the child took 12 courses between 1920, I apologize again, between 1819, 1920, 2021, and 2223. The student, by my quick count of those courses, passed 3. The student earned credit for 6 courses, did not earn credit for the other remaining courses at Charleston Advancement Academy.
Did you determine what factors or some factors that might be impacting the schools or the students' academic performance?
Yes, sir. Research clearly shows, and I think we know this foundationally as educators through the pandemic, that children learn best when they're in class working with skilled teachers to meet their needs. So Children's attendance is very important in educating children to their highest levels. So we looked at student attendance records for these specific students as well.
And what did this student's attendance record show? And I think it's a couple pages over.
Yes, sir. If you turn to 2 pages over, you will see a single page on your right side with both black and red font. And so for this specific student, for the 22-23 term, the student was absent 51 times in English 4, 51 times in probability and statistics, 51 times in United States government, 45 times in homeroom, and then again 6 additional days in there. So the total count of, we then looked to see were those excused or unexcused absences in Power School. What we found were the student had 159 class absences for the 22-23 term, and was coded as present 96 times, and then of the classes dropped, there were some additional absences as well.
Did you find any evidence that the student was on a truancy intervention plan or other interventions had been put in place for the student?
We searched Power School to see if we could find any notation of truancy or an attendance plan or any other effort on the part of the school, and we found none.
And if you look over a couple more pages, you'll see it's Bates stamp D004 at the bottom. It's got a federal court Bates stamp at the top. It's the affidavit there.
Yes, sir.
The next parent.
Yes, sir.
There's additional data for another student with a number that ends 0890. That comes next. This is additional attendance data and academic data. Can you tell us what this data shows?
Yes, sir. Much like the other, the first that you see after the affidavit is, again, the student's grades, credit earned from the 21-22 school year all the way back to 2018-2019 when they were coded as a 9th grader. What you see in that is the student, according to the information in historical grades, which is a report function in Power School, the student transferred to Charleston Advancement Academy in the 2020-21 school year and completed coursework in 2021, 21-22, and we also know that the student is currently enrolled in 22-23 data. What the credit earned, as you can see, are 1s and 0s and 0.5s. So this specific student completed 5 or earned credit for 5 classes out of 7 while at Charleston Advancement Academy. And as you see going down in prior school, start to at the school identified from 10th grade down to 9th grade, earned credit for every class that the student attended, including as you look at this, I mean, getting 100s, 85, 95, you know, this is a good performing student.
Is there any way that you know of that you can be absent that many times and still meet requirements for earning credit towards your high school diploma in a class?
No, sir, that brings serious concerns. In the school's amended charter, they commit to what is state regulation, that in order to earn a Carnegie unit towards high school, it requires 120 hours of course instruction. So the grades and then the attendance that corresponded with that. This particular student, if you flip to the next page, you'll see the attendance records for this student for this current school year. And what you'll note is the student is enrolled currently in intermediate algebra, biology, then of homeroom. This school year, for example, the student has 306 class absences and has been coded virtually present 114 times. As you look at it in the top, the student has been absent 102 times for intermediate algebra, 102 times for biology 1, and 102 times for homeroom. The pages that then follow are the day-by-day This is the actual printout of the attendance, and you note there whether or not the student in the code and description columns, whether the student was excused, unverified, virtually present, and so forth.
Mr. Payne, if you can flip over a couple more pages, you'll eventually see at the very top that the number will change to 662065. And it'll be a historical grades.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the next page over, the page flips, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does this page tell you about this particular student?
This page tells me that the student was a student at Charleston Advancement Academy on as of September 21st, 2021, was coded as a 9th grader. At the end of the year was retained, and then back again in 8/17/2022, the student was retained again in 9th grade.
And if you flip over to the next page, to the attendance summary,
Yes, sir.
Do you see that?
I do, sir.
What classes is the student currently enrolled?
The student is currently enrolled in World History, Earth Science, and Homeroom.
Are these year-long classes?
I'm not.
Are these full credit classes? Are these one credit classes?
Yes, sir. These are all credit classes.
Okay. Is it possible for this, how many credits will this student earn in this term, 2022, 2023, based on what he's enrolled in right now?
So they would earn 2 credits, a credit for World History and a credit for Earth Science.
So the maximum the student could earn during this term is 2 credits?
Yes, sir.
How many are you supposed to earn in a year again?
6.
And how many absences does the student have?
This particular student had 202 total class absences, 66 in World History, 68 in Earth Science, and 68 in Homeroom. One of the things with respect to PowerSchool is it is an active absence management system, so the student is considered present unless someone goes into the system and marks the student absent. So sometimes you'll see slight differentiations, and sometimes teachers just slip if it just slips their mind if a student may be absent and they just forget to do it that day. That's sometimes why you'll see incongruities between absences, particularly if a student is out the whole day.
Did you look at information for other individual students at other individual student level?
We did.
And why did you do that?
We looked at several students, just one to determine in general attendance patterns. We looked at students that we had been working with the school directly with, including a particularly troubling scenario.
Can you tell me about the troubling scenario that you're referring to?
Yes, sir. We we had correspondence with the school with respect to a specific student who was covered by several federal laws and entitled to services under federal law. And the district had correspondence and communication with the school. So we looked that student up in PowerSchool, and what we found was considerably concerning. The student, in terms of their attendance, had pretty much been marked medical absence for the entirety of the school year, of this school year, all the way up to, I believe, April 23rd, 2023. Most concerning as we looked at the log entry, and that's where teachers can go in and put notations about whatever their log attempts were. We noted that we also had logs, so that those logs are in PowerSchool, so we reviewed those. Because we knew that the school and our district staff had been discussing this specific student because of the the intricacies of this particular case, I also looked at the log that our staff keeps and reviewed that to best determine. What we found is that there was attempts to engage the parent. The child was medically absent, again, protected under 2 separate federal programs, entitled to 2 services under 2 federal programs. What we found is that there were notations about reach outs, about calls, about recognizing that some of the service plans had lapsed in November and December, and then it ended with a April 21st or 22nd log that the teacher put in that the student had passed away in October of last school year. And the student was, after the student's passing on October 30th, 2022, the student continued to be marked medically absent. There was still additional notes. So it seemed clear to us that the school did not know that this child had passed away 6 months ago. The student, in fact, was only exited from Power School on April 23rd, 2023, almost 6 months after this child died.
Mr. Payne, did you pull records to verify the information that you testified about?
I did.
This time, we'd like to move into evidence Exhibit 35, which are the records to support Mr. Payne's testimony.
We would object. This was not information that was included in the transfer request report before the district board on January 19th, and therefore couldn't have been part of the basis for the board's decision to revoke CAA's charter.
This is information provided in response to the rebuttal, information provided to CAA by CAA to demonstrate the lack of record keeping by CAA and the lack of care that is shown at least as to one student.
Mr. Norton, what's the source of these records?
Power School. These, well, let me ask the witness to.
Yes.
Mr. Payne, can you tell me where you pulled or from where you obtained the records to establish your testimony you just provided?
Yes, sir. The records come from Power School. One comes from transfer information. Next is the summary of the student's attendance, which was similar to the attendance pages that you saw previously, as well as the, let me just flip over here, as well as a screenshot of the log entries where information was provided by the school for the specific student.
And Mr. Norton, where does Power School data originate?
From the school year, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll admit it.
Mr. Payne, one last question. You indicated that you had individual school staff contact the district about the situation. Did the staff itself seem concerned about the situation?
They did.
Do you think that they were hampered by lack of resources and inaccurate record keeping?
I believe so.
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Payne.
Excuse me.
Can y'all hear me, or do you want me to give it just a minute?
I can hear you. You're good.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Payne. We might be in the afternoon now. If we are, good afternoon.
Hello.
The student that you were just referring to who passed away this year, the school raised that issue to the district, correct?
They did, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you receive any indication that they would be unwilling to do whatever was necessary to resolve that issue?
No, sir. I was made aware of it as we were looking through Power School, where the school had exited the student on April 23rd, 2023. The protocol and the data protocol indicate that a student should be exited the last time that they're in school. So we looked at the data, and the attendance was continued to be kept for the student from November until April.
Who did you speak with at the school when the school raised this issue with the district?
I did not speak with anyone. Other staff spoke with the school district.
Okay. Do you know who it was at the school that raised this issue with the district?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have District's Exhibit 27 in front of you? Those are the two affidavits, the parent affidavits that you spoke about just a few minutes ago.
If you know the tab.
Yes, it's Exhibit 27.
Yes, sir. Excuse me.
Have you had any discussion with anyone at CAA about your analysis of these students?
I have not, no. My attempt was to do an independent evaluation of the data.
Have you had any discussion with either of these parents about your analysis of these students?
I have not.
Have you ever met either of the parents that completed these affidavits?
I have not.
And have you met either of any of the three students that are referenced therein?
I have not.
Mr. Payne, have you ever visited CAA's campus?
Regrettably not, no. Excuse me.
Prior to January 19th, 2023, you did not have any discussions or communications with CAA about revoking CAA's charter, correct?
No, sir.
Neither you nor the district staff has engaged in any revocation review process with CAA, correct?
With respect to the transfer, I looked at the academic health and performance. It would be the same academic data that I would review for revocation or transfer or any other thing.
For the record, I would like you to answer my question. If you want to expand on that and it's relevant to what I'm asking, you're welcome to, but I want to make sure I get an answer to my question, so I'll repeat it. My question was that neither you nor the district staff has engaged in any revocation review process with CAA at any point. Is that correct?
Objection. If you object to the answer, then object to the chairman. Don't badger the witness, please.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would just respectfully request that you instruct the witness to make sure to answer the question being asked.
The witness will answer the question.
And I'd be glad to repeat my question if that's helpful.
That would be.
My question was, did you or the district staff ever at any point engage in a revocation review process with CAA?
We did not.
Okay. Have you or the district staff at any point required CAA to develop, implement, and execute a corrective action plan?
I recall there being corrective action plans that we reviewed in the file and that I addressed in the both the transfer report as well as in the report I think we provided last year with respect to their 2021 annual report.
Okay, can you turn to District Exhibit 10, which is the transfer request report? And can you find the corrective action plan that you referenced being in that report?
It is touched on in Section 7 under compliance with the district's monitoring and federal programs monitoring and support continued growth index, where they were identified as Tier 2 for federal program compliance. The CGI identified strengths as well as weaknesses. The weaknesses are then articulated where the district is, or excuse me, the school is receiving the quarterly reports, as well as in special populations, where the school scored was a high level of support on the growth and capacity index, with the weaknesses noticed, and as a result was receiving heightened compliance monitoring, monthly technical assistance, and weekly check-ins.
Mr. Payne, just so I'm clear, are you referring to Section 7, which is on page 11, beginning on page 11 of the transfer request report?
That is correct.
And that's the transfer request report that you prepared for the district board prior to the January 19th, 2023 meeting?
That is correct.
Do you see the word corrective action anywhere in that section?
I apologize. I misspoke. My intention was for the capacity growth index, so I will accept that misspeak.
And so you're now saying that there was no corrective action plan in the transfer request report or given to CA?
It is my recollection that I have reviewed where there have been issues in the past. As I've looked through data, I don't recall those right off the top of my head.
Okay. Prior to the district board meeting on January 19th, 2023, did you have any discussions with any district board members about potentially revoking CA's charter?
With district board members?
Correct.
No, sir.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with district employees about potentially revoking CA's charter?
With respect to the January 4th letter that the school was sent, where it intimated that the board may take any, in addition to the transfer with, where I think the language was, the board may take up any action it deems necessary, not in addition to the transfer request, or take any action with respect to the school's charter. As part of that, my team and I began to determine and have discussions around the kinds of decisions that the board could take.
Which team members did you speak with about revoking CA's charter?
I spoke with my direct staff as we were looking through all the data that we might have to get together about it. But equally, we looked at the potential for corrective plans and other information to try to get again, to make sure that our data were as accurate as possible.
Did you or anybody else on staff have any discussions with CAA about the potential revocation of their charter?
No.
Okay. And why did you and the district staff ultimately decide not to make a recommendation to revoke CA's charter at the district board meeting on January 19th, 2023?
That is a decision that the board makes in terms of revoking charters. We were trying to provide the board with an independent analysis relative to the school's request to transfer with objective data on the academic health of the school.
Okay. On January 19th, 2023, the district board voted to revoke CA's charter, correct?
That is correct.
Do you recall that day that Mr. Norton went into executive session with the district board prior to them returning to open session and voting to revoke CA's charter?
I believe I recall so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall that executive session lasted for over an hour?
I do not recall the length of time that was spent in executive session.
Okay. You were not invited into that executive session, correct?
As typical matter, I do not attend executive sessions.
And CAA wasn't invited into that executive session, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Will you please take another look at District Exhibit 10, which is the transfer request report? What's the date of the transfer request report?
I believe the date would have been January. The date this was issued was January 12th. I'm looking to find the date that, was on it.
Do you believe it was January 12th, 2023?
Yes, this report was shared with as a matter of district procedure, the report was shared at the same time with CAA as it was shared with our board on January 12th.
Okay, and both you and Superintendent Neely signed the transfer request report?
We did.
Okay. Who was involved in preparing the transfer request report?
I provided most of the narrative. We had staff in my team that assisted in running data in PowerSchool, performing confirmatory analysis on PowerSchool. I reviewed all of the assessment information. I reviewed the graduation information. I reviewed the report card data. My colleague Michael Tom provided information with respect to the financial information in Section 6, and then our chiefs of our specific programs for federal programs and special populations provided the information with respect to the compliance in Section 7 and 8. I provided the information in 9 and 10. And I think the rest of it.
Without mentioning any specific conversations, was Mr. Norton involved in preparing the transfer request report?
I believe Mr. Norton edited it, provided edits for us.
Okay. And you said the transfer request report was provided to the district board members when?
January 12th.
Please turn to page 16 of 54 in the transfer request report. This is District's Exhibit 10, and for purposes of helping you find it, it's a letter that's dated June 14th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Please review this document and let me know when you're ready for me to ask questions.
I am ready.
Okay. This is the district's most recent annual evaluation for CAA, isn't it?
That is correct.
Okay. And it's from Superintendent Neely to CAA, correct?
That is correct.
And what's the date of this document?
June 14th, 2022.
Okay. Is the word revocation or any variation of that word mentioned in the most recent annual evaluation of CAA?
It is not.
And CAA responded to this annual evaluation, correct?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you know if they did respond, if that response was in the transfer request report before the board on January 19th, 2023?
I don't recall, so no.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, may I approach the witness for the purpose of bringing him exhibit notebooks?
Yes.
Mr. Payne, would you please take a look at CAA's Exhibit 8, which is in Volume 1 of the notebooks?
Okay.
Okay, please review this document and let me know when you're ready for me to ask questions about it.
Okay.
Okay. What's the date of this document?
August 22, 2022.
And this is CAA's response to the district's most recent annual evaluation of CAA. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And it states that CAA's graduation rate has increased every year and approximately tripled since CAA terminated its education management organization, correct?
Yes, I see where the statement is made.
And it states that CAA has increased spending on student services, specifically with money no longer going toward an education management organization, correct?
That is included in this letter.
And it thanks Superintendent Neely for noting in the annual evaluation that CAA is in compliance with teacher certification requirements, demographic requirements, sustainable fund balance, and cash on hand standards and special education requirements, correct?
That is correct.
And the district never responded to this letter, correct?
I don't recall.
And this letter was omitted from the transfer request report for the board on January 19th, 2023, correct?
It was not included in our transfer report.
You would agree that CAA's entire teaching staff is certified?
Yes, based on the information I reviewed and we reviewed collectively, yes.
And you would agree that in addition to employing a teaching staff, CAA employs a team of advocates who are assigned to CAA's at-risk dropout students to support them in all areas of their lives?
Okay.
You agree with that?
I don't know the staffing arrangements for Charleston Advancement Academy.
You don't know whether they employ a team of advocates or not?
I believe reading that in their charter application, yes.
Okay, but you have no other knowledge other than seeing it in their charter application?
Correct.
You would agree that most charter schools don't offer a team of advocates to support their students, correct?
I don't know that I could agree or disagree with that, Mr. Tyler, because we have several alternative education campuses serving a variety of students within our portfolio.
You would agree that money CAA spends on its advocate team is money that is directly for student support, correct?
Again, I'm not a financial expert, so I would have to defer that question to someone with more expertise than I.
Okay. Please turn to page 47 of 54 in the same exhibit. It's the district's transfer request report. And the document is, for purposes of identifying it, it is the district's transfer request policy.
And could you remind me, please, which
It's page 47 of the 54 pages in District's Exhibit 10.
District's Exhibit 10. I believe I am there.
Okay, are you looking at a one-page document that begins with the words SC and 594115?
I am.
This is the district's transfer policy, correct?
It is.
And it's been approved by the district board, correct?
Approved October 10, 2017.
Okay. Please read the second to last sentence in the district's transfer policy and let me know when you're ready for me to ask questions.
And could you said the second to last for clarification?
That's correct.
Okay. Schools under revocation review or occupying the lowest performance level rating as defined by the SCPCSD's performance framework are not eligible to request a transfer out of the district.
Is it your understanding that any charter school that's in revocation review isn't eligible to request a transfer?
That is my take on this sentence.
Okay. CAA requested a transfer out of the district, correct?
That is correct.
And you presented on their transfer request on January 19th, 2023, correct?
That is correct.
And the district board voted on their transfer request on January 19th, 2023, correct?
That is correct.
And in response to the district and to CAA's transfer request, the district never informed CAA that they were ineligible to request a transfer because they were in revocation review, correct?
I don't believe at the time, I'm not sure I understand the question. I apologize.
Sure, will you please flip to page 40 of 54 of District's Exhibit 10, which is the same transfer request report. And for purposes of identifying it, it's a letter from Superintendent Neely dated November 4th, 2022. And the letter is to Nadine Deef.
January 4th, yes?
It's November 4th. I'm sorry, it's a November 4th, 2022 date.
Okay.
Are you familiar with this letter?
I am.
Okay. Is this Superintendent Neely's response to CAA's transfer request?
It is.
Does it state anywhere in this letter that CAA is ineligible to request a transfer because it's in revocation review?
Revocation is not mentioned in this letter.
Okay. The district has utilized a revocation review process with other schools in the past, correct?
And that is my understanding.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Next school in Greenville?
I am.
Okay. Next was not an alternative education campus, correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. And Next served mostly white students, is that correct?
I don't recall the demographic data for Next.
Okay. The district utilized a revocation review process with Next, didn't it?
That was happening as I entered into the school district, so I don't recall the specifics of the work with that up till the closure protocol with which I worked.
So can you say one way or another whether the district utilized a revocation review process with Next?
I believe it was a voluntary termination of their charter. I don't believe Next was revoked.
Prior to the voluntary termination, do you know whether a revocation review process was used?
I do not.
Please turn to page 1 of the transfer request report in District's Exhibit 10. Let me know when you're there and ready.
I am.
Okay, do you see at the bottom where it says that CA serves 62.97% of minority students?
I see that, yes.
Okay. And do you see right after that on the next page where it says that 70.52% of CA students are in poverty?
I see that.
And on January 19th, 2023, no one asked about using a revocation review process with CAA, correct?
On January 19th, no.
CAA is an alternative education campus, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it exists to serve students who have dropped out of school or are at risk of dropping out of school, and to try to help them obtain a diploma. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Does CA serve students that have their own children?
I do not know that for sure.
Do they serve students that have suffered physical abuse?
Again, I do not know. I didn't see any evidence of that in Power School as we reviewed the data.
Do they serve students that have suffered emotional abuse?
That data, again, other than in incident management, which is in Power School for disciplinary issues, I have no other data, Cogent data, upon which to base that.
Do they serve students that have been affiliated with gangs in the past?
Again, that data is not available in Power School.
Do they serve students that have been homeless?
I believe they have some that are marked as homeless and have protections under the McKinney-Vento Act.
Do they serve students that first enroll at CA when they're 16, 17, 18 years old?
I've noted a variety of ages where students enrolled at CAA.
And do they serve students that are several academic years behind at the time they enroll?
That I'm not sure. In review of the transcript, we noted that students had earned credit at a number of prior institutions prior to enrolling in Charleston Advancement Academy.
In your opinion, if a student does not graduate from CA with his or her 9th grade cohort, but graduates from CA at the age of 20, does that fulfill CA's mission?
Well, I don't think it does, because the critical mission that is outlined in the school's amended charter indicates that it has a target of 65% 12th grade graduating cohort, and with a goal of 80%. I mean, I certainly think and applaud for students getting their high school diplomas, but I can't say that they're meeting their critical mission goal stated in their charter.
Would you look at page 1 of the transfer request report? That's District's Exhibit 10. And do you see the paragraph that begins the mission of CAA?
That is correct. Or I see that, yes, sir.
Would you review that and let me know when you're ready for me to ask a question?
And you said the second paragraph under background?
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Does that paragraph that states the mission of CAA say it's to help students obtain a high school diploma?
It does.
Does it mention anything about cohort graduation rates?
In this particular section, it does not.
Is that the mission of the school?
As you look throughout their charter, you'll find that they talk about their mission in a variety of sections. The one that we analyzed were CAA critical goals found on page 3, which says the mission of CAA will be to re-engage students who have dropped out or on the verge of dropping out and that's where it attends to meet a target graduation rate of 65% or a goal of 80% or greater, and a target of 40% of the school students earning at least 6 credits per academic year to be on track to achieve graduation within 4 years.
Chairman Payne, I would respectfully request that you ask Mr. Payne to answer the questions that I ask, and if he has relevant information to add to that, he's welcome to expand.
I'd respectfully say he answered it, he just doesn't like the answer.
Can we go off and have the court reporter read back my question and the answer? I believe my question was, is that the mission of CAA? And can you read back the answer, or at least the first few sentences of it?
As we look throughout the charter, you'll find we talk about the mission.
Another sentence or two.
A variety of sections, the ones that we, are critical of CA, down on page 3.
Thank you. And Madam Court Reporter, let me know when you're ready. I don't want to get out ahead of you. Mr. Payne, I would respectfully request that you ask the witness to answer the questions that I ask, and then he's welcome to expand upon that answer if he would like.
The witness try one more time to answer the question.
Yes, sir.
As clearly and succinctly as possible.
Yes, sir.
The paragraph on page 1 of the transfer request report that begins the mission of CAA, is that the mission of the school?
I believe that this is the summary of the mission of CAA.
Should CAA's charter goals align with its mission?
Yes.
The district reviews and approves CAA's charter goals, correct?
They do, or we do.
Okay. Would you please turn to District Exhibit 2, which, for purposes of identifying it, is the charter application. And will you please look at page 42? And let me know when you're there and ready.
I am there and I am ready.
Okay, do you see the heading where it says goals and objectives?
I do.
Okay, and do you see down below that there are several measures?
I do.
Okay. If you look at measure 11, What is that measure?
Percent of students that enrolled CAA prior to their senior year as measured by credits attained that are in the 5-year adjusted cohort to either graduate or re-enroll the following year.
Okay. And there was no analysis of that measure in the transfer request report before the district board on January 19th, 2023, correct?
I would need to flip back to look at my transfer report.
Please do.
With respect to that one, we provided information for measures 10 and 11, where we opined that they do not have clear measures of success, benchmarks. Rather, they are indications of the number of students who could be in each cohort. Additionally, the measure of students is by the number of credits earned prior to their enrollment. Based upon a review of report card data and analysis of enrollment data, the district found that for the 21-22, 19 students graduated out of a cohort of 215. Of those 19, 3 enrolled prior to their senior year. For the 2021 school year, 18 students graduated out of a cohort of 178, with 3 students enrolling prior to their senior year.
Mr. Payne, I have a request for the court reporter's benefit. Could you slow down just a little bit when you answer questions?
I apologize. Yes, so we did provide, we did provide a review of Measure 11 in our transfer report.
So if I wanted to look at the transfer request report and see how many students at CA graduated with their 5-year cohort or returned the following year, can you point me to that number in the transfer request report?
No, I don't believe that information was included in my transfer report.
Okay. Will you please flip back to the charter and the measures that we were looking at before? And again, that's District's Exhibit 2, which is the charter application of CAA, and I think we were on page 43. And will you let me know when you're there and ready?
I'm there.
Will you please take a look at Measure 10 and let me know what that measure is.
Percent of students that are enrolled in CAA prior to their senior year that are in the 4-year adjusted cohort to either graduate or re-enroll the following year.
And would you agree, Mr. Payne, that there is no analysis of that measure in the transfer request report before the district board on January 19th, 2023?
These students, the State Department of Education, in publishing its graduation, uses the 4-year adjusted cohort to provide that information.
Mr. Payne, I believe my question was, would you agree with me that there is no analysis of that measure in the transfer request report before the district board on January 19th, 2023?
Again, just what I stated earlier, they don't have clear measures of success. They're just representations of numbers who could be in there.
If I wanted to look at the transfer request report that was before the board on January 19th, 2023, and see how many students either graduated with their 4-year cohort or returned to CAA the following year, could I look at it and tell how many students there were?
We had difficulty in determining that information, so that would not be readily available through the report.
Does the district sponsor any alternative education campuses in South Carolina with the same purpose as CAA?
We have several alternative education campuses. I can't say their missions are exactly the same, but we have several that are contemplated as AECs as outlined in 5940-111.
What schools are those?
I believe those to be Learn for Life and Low Country Acceleration Academy.
Would you agree that in the transfer request report for the district board on January 19th, 2023, there was no comparison of CAA's performance to the performance of those schools?
That is correct. We did not include that information in the report.
Okay. And would you agree with me that in the transfer request report before the board on January 19th, 2023, there was no comparison of CAA's performance with the performance of other schools in other states that are AECs and that have this same model of serving dropout students?
That is correct.
There are many different types of AECs around the state and the country. Is that correct, Mr. Payne?
That is correct.
Some serve high school students and some don't. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Some focus on serving dropout students and some don't. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And neither you nor Superintendent Neely made any recommendation to revoke CAA's charter on January 19th, 2023. Is that correct?
That was not within my purview, no, sir.
I would like to ask the witness about some Facebook posts that I'm going to hand to them.
We've stated an objection to this exhibit, but I mean, it's subject to foundation. You can lay some foundation, then, you know, I don't mind you showing the witness to try to lay the foundation.
Proceed.
Have you had an opportunity to look at these exhibits, Mr. Payne?
I have glanced at them, yes.
And generally speaking, what do you understand these exhibits to be?
To be quite frank, Mr. Turner, I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Do they appear to be social media posts?
They appear to be social media posts.
Have you seen these social media posts before?
I have not.
Okay. The poster's name is John Payne listed on those, is that correct?
It is listed as John Payne.
Are these your Facebook posts?
They are not.
Do you know whose Facebook posts they are?
I cannot make out the picture, so I do not know whose John Payne this is.
Okay. No more questions about this, and may I reapproach the witness
Yes.
to collect them? Mr. Payne, do you know who Joey Wise and David Sundstrom are?
I can't recall those names right off the top of my head, no.
Do you recall ever having any conversations or any written communications with anybody named Joey Wise or David Sundstrom?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know who Acceleration Academies is?
I believe that they are an education management organization.
Are they a public or a private entity?
I do not know right off the top of my head.
Are they a for-profit or non-profit entity?
That I don't recall right off the top of my head.
Does the district sponsor any schools that work with Acceleration Academies?
Yes, sir.
Which schools are those?
Low Country Acceleration Academy and Carolina Shores Acceleration Academy, which was just approved by the board.
Okay. Where is Low Country Acceleration Academy located?
In Charleston County, I believe.
And where is Carolina Shores located?
In Horry County, I believe.
Have Have you ever heard of a company named Education Research and Development Institute, ERDI for short?
It sounds familiar, but I don't recall any details about it.
What about a company named Atlantic Research Partners?
No, sir.
If CAA's charter is not revoked, would you be willing to continue working with CAA in your capacity as Deputy Superintendent of the district?
I will.
Thank you. No more questions.
Mr. Norton.
I don't have any follow-up, but if the board has questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Payne? We have none.
I have one more witness. Is Mr. Tom. I expect he would be relatively short. I don't know if you want to take a quick break. I think the court reporter might.
Let's take a quick 5-minute break.
Yeah.
All right. We'll return at 12:45.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, ma'am. Madam Court Reporter, we're going to call Michael Tom to the witness stand and ask the court reporter to swear him in, please.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Michael Tom.
And can you tell us your position with the district?
I'm the CFO here at the South Carolina Public Charter School District.
As part of your job responsibilities, do you review financial information from schools?
I do.
Have you received financial information from CAA within the last few months?
Briefly, some bank statements or some screenshots, but not a financial report.
Okay. If you'll turn to tab 37 in your binder right there.
Mr. Norton, just to make sure we're clear, you've still got about 40 minutes left out of your 2 hours.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is this the financial information you're referring to that you received from CAA?
Yes, sir. It is a reconciliation report, accounts payable report, and a vendor history report.
And for what reporting month is this information?
February 28th, 2023.
Okay. Can you tell me just I should have skipped over this just a little bit. Can you tell me just a little bit about how you got to the district? What did you do before you got here?
Started working in finance in 1993, banking in Aiken County, South Carolina. Moved on to state government in 1995. 50% of my time was in state agencies and higher ed, and about 50% of my time in the State Department, as well as other school districts.
How long have you worked in the area of education finance?
28 years.
And how long do you have to go before you're going to retire?
I'm smiling. 90 days.
Can you be more precise?
I have a countdown on my phone.
I'll withdraw the question.
My phone is not here, right?
Okay. Turning back to tab 37. Have you reviewed all of the information in tab 37?
I have.
Based on this information, do you know what CAA's fund balance is today?
From the information I have here, I cannot determine what the fund balance is today.
Do you know approximately what the fund balance is from any source as of today?
The only thing I can determine is right around $3.4 million at June 30th last year. So
okay. Have you seen some statements by CAA that states how much money they have in their fund balance?
I have not seen statements.
Okay. Have you seen any statements from CAA that indicates what they plan on doing with the money in their fund balance?
I have not received statements or seen statements related to that.
Have you heard CAA say or seen anything that indicates they are going to use the money in the fund balance to build a facility?
I have not seen that.
Okay. You don't know if it exists or doesn't exist, you just haven't seen it?
That's correct.
Okay.
I don't know.
Have you reviewed, does CAA submit an annual budget to the district?
They're required to post an annual budget online.
Have you reviewed that annual budget?
I have.
Does that annual budget have money set aside for capital expenditures?
The current annual budget is posted with revenue about $5.2 million and expenditures of $4.4 million. That's posted on their website.
Okay. And so how much cash on hand did CAA have in February, as of this February reporting period, approximately?
It's approximately $2 million something, and then there's another account with $500,000 in it, I believe, but between those two statements here.
Okay, so somewhere between 3 and 4 million, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Can you tell me where CAA has those funds on deposit?
Looks like they have a Wells Fargo account. They have a investment account. 1 second. Investment account with the Bank of South Carolina, $501,601. Another account with, looks like Pinnacle Bank in Nashville, Tennessee, $2.7 million.
And is there a reason why they would have the money spread across the 3 accounts?
No reason stated.
Okay. The, if you flip from the beginning of tab 37 over approximately, let's see, 3 pages, you'll see a Wells Fargo statement. Do you
Yes,
see that?
Yes, sir.
Where is that statement sent?
P.O. Box 1191, Isle of Palm, South Carolina, 29451, 1191.
Does the school have a campus on Isle of Palms?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Do you know why it has its statement sent to a P.O. box on Isle of Palms?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you have any understanding of who owns or controls that P.O. box on the Isle of Palms?
My understanding is from a screenshot is Ms. Board Chair Nadine Deef controls that.
And so if you flip over to tab 39,
Okay, yes, sir, got it.
are these the screenshots you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And what do these screenshots show?
To me, this shows mobile banking. Good afternoon, Nadine, customer since 1998, and it shows the business checking account.
So it shows that Ms. Deef has access to the Charleston Academy accounts on her mobile phone?
It appears so, yes, sir.
Okay. What does the button at the bottom say in the middle?
Accounts, deposit, pay, transfer, and explore.
What does the pay and transfer button do?
The pay and transfer moves money from accounts.
So that button can move money from one account to another account?
Yes, sir.
Can it move account money from this account to accounts outside of Wells Fargo Bank?
Yes, sir.
How much money is it showing as the available balance on the first screenshot that we see?
The business checking with last 4 digits, 2499, show 288,474.58.
And if you flip the page over, do you see a similar screenshot for the Pinnacle account?
Yes, sir. 3,429,883.14 as of March 23rd, 2023.
And you see a transfer button there at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Can you flip back, if you don't mind? Sorry to make you go back and forth, but if you'll go back to tab 38.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this spreadsheet?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me what it is?
Yeah, actually, I developed this spreadsheet when I was at the State Department of Education, probably 2019, I believe. Every Student Succeeds Act came out where the per pupil spending had to be placed on the report card. So I developed this spreadsheet for all school districts, all schools across South Carolina to report this information and then post it on the school report cards.
So the school provides the input.
The school provides the input, we provide the ADM, and we actually run the numbers off the audited financial statements from the schools.
How many school districts across the state use this spreadsheet?
Every school district has to use this spreadsheet,
According to whom?
according to the State Department and federal rules.
Okay. And is this the spreadsheet for the district for this year, for this current year?
For June 30, 2022.
Okay. Is this the final version of it?
It's not the final version. We were missing some schools there, and you noticed some numbers that look very small and similar, but since these have been updated.
Okay. Have you reviewed the updated numbers?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What does, taking into account the updated numbers, what does this spreadsheet show? Regarding CAA. excuse me.
Regarding CAA, the average per pupil spending for state and local for June 30, 2022 is, hold on, let me get, $6,750.10.
How does that compare to other schools in the district?
This is the lowest in our school district portfolio.
What time period does this cover?
June 30, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. Answer any questions that Mr. Turner may have.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tom. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm well. If you'll take another look at District Exhibit 39.
Mhm.
In this spreadsheet, there are several schools whose total average per pupil expenditure is listed as $220.51. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that information accurate?
No, it's not. It's been updated since then.
Okay. I see that Butler Academy is listed as having per pupil expenditures of $23,041.32.
Correct.
Is that information correct?
It is correct.
Butler Academy receives $23,000 in per pupil revenue.
You're confusing the report. This is expenditures per pupil, not receiving. This is expense for not receives.
I understand. Are you telling me that Butler Academy expends more money per pupil than they receive?
Butler Academy expends $23,041.32 per pupil average, based on this ESSA report.
Do you know what Butler Academy's per pupil revenue is?
I don't have it here.
How many schools have in South Carolina, charter schools sponsored by the district, have over $20,000 in per pupil revenue?
I'm not aware of that.
What about the other numbers in this report? How many say that the school has $220 in per pupil expenditure?
You want me to count them up real quick?
Yes, please.
Looks like 8.
And you said those 8 are all inaccurate.
They have been updated since.
Okay. What about in this report? Are there other numbers that are inaccurate?
No, sir.
All right. If you will turn, Mr. Tom, to CAA's Exhibit 18, which is in Volume 1 of CAA's exhibits.
Okay, there. What's the tab again?
It's CAA Exhibit 18.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tom, you and Mr. Norton discussed a few concerns related to a P.O. box. Is that correct?
Mr. Norton asked me a question about P.O. Box. Yes, sir.
Okay. And neither you nor the district has ever made any allegation that Ms. Nadine Deef or that anybody else at CAA has ever misappropriated public funds, correct?
I have never made that indication.
And you're not aware of anybody else at the district making
No,
that
I have
allegation? Okay. Have you seen this letter, Exhibit 18, from before today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Who is Martin and Smith?
Martin Smith is the auditor that does the CAA financial statement and audit.
Okay. Did Martin and Smith address the concerns that you discussed a minute ago with Mr. Norton?
Yes, they did.
And did they determine that those concerns were unfounded?
In this letter, they determined that, yes.
And those concerns were presented only after the district voted to revoke CAA's charter, correct?
I believe so.
Do you know how long that P.O. box has been used?
I do not know.
And those concerns were presented only after the district filed a petition in the administrative law court, correct?
I believe so.
Mr. Tom, if you will please turn to District Exhibit 10, which is the transfer request report. And take your time, but just let me know when you get there.
Transfer request report, right?
That's correct.
No, yep, yes, sir.
And this is the report that was before the board on January 19th, 2023.
Yes.
If you'll please turn to page 2 of that report. And do you see where the section that's entitled Annual Report?
Yes, sir.
If you'll review that section and then let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, the transfer request report states that CA met the minimum sustainable fund balance and industry standard cash on hand requirements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you'll turn to page 10 of the transfer request report, please.
Okay.
And you see the heading that's labeled financial,
Yes, sir.
and you see the chart at the top of the following page.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the transfer request report states that CA shows a cash balance and a fund balance of over $3 million as of June 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And the transfer request report does not contain any information about how CA intends to use that money. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. If you will please turn to CAA Exhibit 8.
Is that letter dated August 22nd, 2022?
It is. And please review this letter and let me know when you're ready for me to ask questions.
Okay.
This is CA's response to Superintendent Neely's most recent annual evaluation of CA, correct?
Correct.
And this response was omitted from the transfer request report before the board on January 19th, correct?
I'm not aware of that. Not sure.
Please read the first paragraph on the second page and let me know when you're ready for me to ask questions.
Okay, ready?
Okay. CAA informed Superintendent Neely on August 22nd, 2022, that CAA was saving for the development of a permanent school facility to serve its students, correct?
Stated in the letter.
Okay. Do you know if Superintendent Neely or anyone at the district responded to this letter or asked CAA any questions about their plans to save for a facility?
I am not aware.
How much money does the district expect to have in its fund balance as of June 30th, 2023?
Not sure. Our latest projection was right around $1.8 million.
If I told you that, is it Mr. Michael that works with you?
Yes, sir.
If I told you that Mr. Michael publicly announced at the district's board meeting on April 20th, 2023, that the district is projected to have a fund balance of over $2.1 million as of June 30th, 2023, would you have any reason to dispute that?
Those are projected numbers. Wouldn't any reason to dispute?
Okay. Is the district currently saving any money to expand its facility space?
We don't have a capital project need right now. Plan or fund, spending money.
Does the district sponsor charter schools that borrow money to develop facilities?
I'm not aware of that. Not to my knowledge.
You're not aware of any charter schools borrowing money to develop school facilities?
I don't have that information readily available to me.
What is your understanding of how charter schools get money to build facilities?
Some charter schools develop debt and some fundraise, and there are different ways that charter schools can get facilities.
Okay. Have you heard of charter schools going through conduit issuers to do bond issuances to get funding to build facilities?
I've heard some schools starting to do that, yeah. I'm not aware of who, which individual schools, yeah.
Have you heard generally about schools borrowing from the USDA's Rural Development Program to get funding to build school facilities?
I believe we have some schools that have done that, but I'm not sure which schools have done it.
Have you heard about schools borrowing from private developers to get funding to build school facilities?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you familiar with any charter schools that have borrowed over $5 million to build school facilities?
I'm not aware of that.
About over $10 million?
I'm not aware of that.
Over $15 million?
I'm not aware of that.
Over $25 million?
I'm not aware of that.
What about Bridges Preparatory Academy? Do you know how much they borrowed to build their school facilities?
I don't have that information available to me.
When a charter school borrows money to build school facilities, does it typically have to pay it back with interest?
Most do, yes, I believe. Depends on each arrangement.
Do you know if interest rates are relatively high or relatively low right now?
I'm sure they're high right now.
And you would agree that a charter school's monthly facility payments can also be used to pay teachers or advocates or buy curriculum?
I'm not aware of that.
What's the most expensive geographical market in South Carolina to develop school facilities, charter school facilities?
I have not done the research on that, so.
Are you aware of any charter school market in South Carolina that's more expensive than the Charleston area to build facilities?
I'm not aware. I don't have that information.
Why was CA's letter dated August 22nd, 2022, explaining that CA was saving money to develop a permanent school facility from its students, omitted from the transfer request report before the board on January 19th, 2023?
I do not know.
I'd ask Mr. Chairman for just a moment. I would like to play a video. And it is CA Exhibit 10. And I would like to play beginning at 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 27 seconds. And if anybody needs me to say that again, please feel free to ask.
So I want.
Me.
2 hours, 5 minutes, 27 seconds. But if you said 22 seconds, that's fine. We can, I think we all have the patience to wait 5 seconds.
School, I seriously question what reasoning they have to have, what I'm told now is over $4 million potentially, at least as of June 30th, 2022, $3.452 million in a bank, and they're putting less than 50% in the classroom. If it's not going in the classroom, what's it being set aside for? Nobody's ever told me that.
Thank you.
So,
You can stop the video. Mr. Tom, did you hear Chairman Payne say during the discussion about revoking CA's charter that no one's ever told him what CA was saving money for?
Yes, sir. That's what I just heard.
Okay. CA's written response to the district's most recent annual evaluation of CA answers that question, doesn't it?
It states in the letter, August 22nd.
But the district omitted that information from the transfer request report before the board on January 19th, 2023. Isn't that correct?
I believe that was stated earlier.
Whose job would it have been to convey that information to the district board?
I'm not aware whose job it would be.
That information wasn't conveyed to the district board. and the district board moved to revoke CAA's charter on that basis, correct?
I'm not aware of that. I don't know.
Please turn to page 2 of Exhibit 10, District's Exhibit 10, which is the transfer request report.
It says 10, right?
That's correct.
Page 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please read the paragraph that says annual report and let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. Do you see where the transfer request report before the district board on January 19th, 2023 stated that CAA did not meet the submission of a timely audit requirement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any additional information in the transfer request report related to the timing of submission of CAA's audit?
Just related to did not meet the submission of timely audit. Yes, that's what I said.
Will you please turn back to CAA Exhibit 8?
August 22, 2022 letter?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Will you please read the last paragraph on the first page and let me know when you're ready for me to ask questions?
Okay.
Okay. This letter addresses the timely submission of CAA's audit, correct?
Correct.
And CAA's audit was submitted 8 days late, correct?
Correct.
Why was it late, according to this letter?
You want me to read the letter? Or?
Sure.
Okay. CAA's, I'm starting the part where it's after 8 days late. The CAA's board chair father passed away in Egypt on October 28, 2021. The chair made arrangements and traveled to Egypt until November 9th, 2021. Martin and Smith completed the CAA's final FY21 audit on October 29th, 2021, the day after the chair's father passed away. CAA's board chair did not have an opportunity to review and submit the audit to the charter school district until November 9th, 2021, once she returned from Egypt. While we apologize for any inconvenience the charter school district may have experienced in connection with CAA's final FY21 audit being submitted 8 days late, we hope you would forgive CAA under the circumstances.
CAA apologized for the audit being 8 days late due to the death of board chair's father, correct?
Correct.
But it appears the district denied forgiving the CAA board chair in the transfer request report before the district board on January 19th, 2023, correct?
As stated, yes, again.
Are you familiar with the firm Prestige School Solutions?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Mr. David Fonts?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Fonts is a certified public accountant?
I believe so. I'm not sure. I believe so.
And are you aware that Mr. Fonts and Prestige School Solutions have managed CAA's finances for several years?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And Prestige School Solutions provides financial management services for many schools sponsored by the South Carolina Public Charter School District, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Are Mr. Fonts and Prestige School Solutions qualified to manage charter schools' finances?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Prestige prepares monthly financial statements for CAA?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Prestige has access to view CAA's bank accounts?
Yes.
Are you aware that Prestige reconciles CAA's bank accounts on a monthly basis?
Yes.
Are you aware that Prestige prepares monthly financial reports for the CAA board to review?
Yes.
Do you attend any CAA board monthly meetings?
No.
Have you observed how the CAA board reviews information and manages finances at its board meetings?
No.
CA's finances are subject to an annual audit by a qualified independent CPA audit firm, correct?
Correct, yes.
CA is required to submit its audit to the district, correct?
Correct,
And CA does submit its audits to the district, correct?
correct.
If you would please turn to CA Exhibit 14.
Okay,
This is CA's audit for fiscal year 2022, correct?
correct,
And this is the most recent audit of CA's finances, correct?
correct.
And Martin and Smith performed this audit?
Yes, sir.
And Martin and Smith conducts audits for many schools sponsored by the South Carolina Public Charter School District, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Martin and Smith is a qualified independent CPA audit firm,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
Please turn to page 39.
Okay,
Please review section 1, the summary of auditor's results, and let me know when you're ready for me to ask questions.
I'm ready.
Did Martin and Smith, as a qualified independent CPA audit firm, issue an unmodified opinion on CA's finances in CA's most recent annual audit?
Yes.
Did Martin and Smith identify any material weaknesses with CA's finances?
No.
Did Martin and Smith identify any significant weaknesses with CA's finances that were not material?
No.
Did Martin and Smith identify any non-compliance material to CA's financial statements?
No, sir.
CA received a clean audit summary, correct?
Yes, sir.
Please look at the custodial credit risk at the bottom of page 39.
Okay.
Please review the cause, effect, recommendation, and response paragraphs. Take your time and just let me know when you're ready for me to ask questions.
Ready?
CA's auditor recommended that CA open additional bank accounts to collateralize CA's funds, correct?
Correct.
CA submitted a copy of this audit to the district, correct?
Correct.
The audit is a public document, correct?
Correct.
And CA opened additional bank accounts in or around January 2023, correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure of the exact date of that, but
And CA did so on the recommendation of its auditor, correct?
correct.
CA did so with the knowledge of Prestige School Solutions, correct?
I believe so. I can't speak to that, though.
Have you ever personally criticized CAA for opening additional bank accounts in January 2023 to comply with the auditor's recommendation?
No, I haven't.
You're the Deputy Superintendent of Finance and Operations for the district, correct?
Correct.
Do you know why CA's opening of additional bank accounts to collateralize funds would have been characterized as a negative in a petition the district recently filed in the Administrative Law Court?
No, I do not.
Do you have a general understanding of how charter school funding works?
Yes, I do.
Is CA's revenue based on the number of students it has and the characteristics of those students?
State that again.
Sure. Is CA's revenue based on the number of students it has and the characteristics of those students?
Funding formula doesn't speak to characteristics. It speaks to weightings, but not to characteristics. That's
And you would agree that the number of students a school has increases its revenue?
yes.
And the weightings increase the revenue as well?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the same for all charter schools sponsored by the district?
Correct.
Each charter school's revenue is based on the number of students it has and the weightings for the types of students it has?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Approximately how much annual revenue does CA receive on average per student?
Revenue, I don't have that number in front of me. But if the revenue budget's $5.5 million, so
If I told you it was approximately $12,000 a student, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I would have to make the calculation myself.
Okay. Do you know how many students CA serves?
I don't have the weighted pupil unit offhand right now.
Okay. If I told you it was approximately 400 students, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Help me do the math. If CAA has approximately 400 students and receives approximately 12,000 students per year, what would CAA's annual revenue be approximately?
I don't do approximate. I don't have my phone either, so.
I think that's fair. I think you just said you thought their number was, what did you say, 5?
Their revenue is $5.2 million, I believe, posted on their website.
5.2 million.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
That's state, local, federal, that's all together, yeah, I believe so.
Understood. CAA's charter contract and all charter contracts are 10 years in length, correct?
Correct.
And if we wanted to calculate CAA's revenue over the length of a 10-year charter at $5.2 million annually, what would that be over 10 years?
I wouldn't calculate over the 10 years. You mean going forward or coming from behind? I mean,
Going forward.
that's the projection the school would have to give and do based on projections.
But let me ask the question this way. If their revenue were $5.2 million per year and they sustain that revenue for 10 years, how much revenue would that be over the course of the 10 years?
$50 million, I guess, yeah, just offhand.
Okay. You would agree that's a lot of money?
I deal with money, different levels of money, so I can't state to what is a large amount of money.
Okay. CAA is a public school, correct?
Yes,
And it's required to use its revenue for public purposes, correct?
correct,
CAA's financial documents are public documents, correct?
correct,
CAA's finances are subject to an annual audit by an independent qualified auditor, correct?
correct, as previously stated.
CAA submits its audits to the district, correct?
Correct, as previously stated.
What is an educational management organization?
I believe it's a company that helps the school, charter school run.
Have you heard educational management organizations called EMOs?
Yes.
If I refer to an EMO, you'll know what I'm referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. Does the district have a contractual relationship with any EMOs?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Does this district sponsor charter schools that contract with EMOs?
I believe so.
Does the district review the terms of the contracts between a charter school and an EMO when considering and approving a charter school's application?
I'm not aware of that. I'm not sure. Not on my side. Not sure of that.
Okay. Are EMOs public or private entities?
I don't know.
Are they nonprofit or for-profit
I
entities?
don't know.
Do charter schools that work with an EMO pay the EMO for their services?
I believe they do.
And what do those payment arrangements typically look like?
I think it depends on each charter school and what's the arrangement. They're all different, I believe. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do some EMOs charge charter schools a percentage of the school's revenue?
I believe so.
And do you know what the range would be as far as percentage of revenue charged?
I haven't looked at that information.
Okay. If I said 15 or 20%, do you know if that would be typical or atypical?
Each one might be different. I'm not sure which one it would be, which range it would be.
Okay. As a gross payment amount, how many dollars does a charter school typically pay an EMO each year?
Oh, I don't have that information.
Okay. If the EMO's payment was based on a percentage of revenue, would the gross dollars paid to an EMO depend on the charter school's revenue?
I believe so.
Okay. And you said a charter school's revenue depends on the number of students a charter school has and the weightings of those students.
As well as other factors.
Okay. And so the amount of money that a charter school pays to an EMO could depend on the number of students that charter school has and the weightings of those students, correct?
Correct.
As the number of students enrolled in the charter school goes up, the amount of money that a charter school pays to an EMO can go up, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. Do you know Joey Wise and David Sundstrom?
No.
You ever spoken with them?
No.
You ever communicated with them in writing?
No.
To your knowledge, has any district board member or employee communicated with Joey Wise or David Sundstrom about CAA?
I don't know.
Do you know Acceleration Academies?
I've heard of it since I've been here.
Do you know if it's an EMO?
I don't know.
Okay. Have you heard of Educational Research and Development Institute, ERDI?
No.
Have you heard of Atlantic Research Partners?
No.
Mr. Tom, if you'll please flip to Exhibit 31, CAA Exhibit 31. which is in volume 2 of CAA's exhibits. Yes, please. Once you've had a chance to look at it, just let me know.
The application?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the whole thing you want me to look at? Or?
I'll direct you to it. I just want you to get a general sense of what it is.
I'm here now. I'm good.
This is the charter application for Acceleration Education Academy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this school has since changed its name to Low Country Acceleration Academy, correct?
I believe so.
If I use the term LAA to refer to this school, you'll understand who I'm referring to, correct?
LAA?
LAA.
I assume so, yes.
Okay. And if I just want to know, if I say LAA, you'll know that I'm talking about Low Country Acceleration Academy, correct?
Okay, all right.
Are you able to tell from looking at this application when it was submitted?
And this is my first time looking at this report, I believe. February 12th, 2020? Is that?
Correct. You see that on page 1?
Yes.
And it was approved by the district in the spring of 2020, is that correct?
I'm not aware, I'm not sure the date on that.
Okay. Please turn to page 2. Do you see down at the bottom of page 2 who the contact person is for LAA?
Yeah, page 2 of 112, Amy Mims, is that what you're saying?
Correct. And please turn to page 3.
Okay.
Do you see up at the top of page 3 Miss Mims's title?
Yes.
And what is it?
Founding Committee Chairperson.
And Miss Mims was the founding chair of the Charter Committee and Board of LAA, is that correct?
I'm not aware of that.
If she was, she would have been holding that position as a public officer, correct?
I believe so.
And she submitted this charter application on behalf of LAA, correct?
I am not aware of that. Can't speak to that.
Do you know if Ms. Mims still serves in her public office as founding committee chairperson?
I do not know that.
Okay. Please look at the bottom of page 3.
Mm-hmm.
What grade levels is LAA proposing to serve?
9 through 12.
Please turn to page 6.
Okay.
Please read the paragraph at the bottom of the page and let me know when you're ready for my questions.
Okay.
Is it your understanding that LAA intended to open a charter school in North Charleston?
It's stated North Charleston.
Okay. Does it state that it's going to be an alternative education campus?
It stated that.
Does it mention serving dropout students in grades 9 through 12?
The high schools in these communities have dropout rates. I don't know if it's stated, it's just stating the dropout rates, I guess.
Okay. Do you know if LAA does exactly what CAA does?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know how far away CAA's campus is from LAA?
I do not know.
Please turn to page 103.
Okay.
What is this document?
This looks like student enrollment projection, 10-year charter.
Okay. Do you see the column for the 22-23 school year, which is the current school year?
22, 23, yes.
Okay. How many students does LAA project to have this school year?
125 times 4 grades.
So how many total students is that?
I'm not calculating. I don't have my calculator with me. But
Okay. If I told you it was 500 students, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
no.
Okay. How many students does LAA currently serve?
I do not know. I don't have it with me.
If I told you that their most recent state report card stated that they were serving 170 students, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I don't know. I just don't have that information with me.
Okay. Did LAA propose to work with an EMO in its charter application?
I don't know that.
Okay, would you please turn to page 56?
Mr. Chair, we'll stipulate that the charter says what it says. There's no reason for Mr. Thompson to read it on this thing. There are no questions here except asking him to say what it says. He's already testified he's never read the charter before. He's already testified he doesn't know about the operations of LAA. We can do this all day, but I mean, it's his time. But I'm just stating for the record, this is his time. So I'm going to object to him proceeding with this witness in this way. He's the wrong witness to ask these questions. And I would ask that the chair direct him to move on and certainly direct him to not complain at the end of the day if his time's out.
Are you close to the end?
I am, and I'm about to ask him about finances for the
Okay.
school.
I would prefer you ask him questions in which he has experience with.
Okay. As the Deputy Superintendent of Finance, do you work with charter schools in South Carolina related to their finances?
Yes.
Okay. Will you take a look at the second paragraph on page 56 of this charter application?
Okay.
Is it your understanding that 2% of LA's revenue will go to the district?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that 13% of LA's revenue will go to the LAA board?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that 85% of LA's revenue will go to Acceleration Academies?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who the district superintendent was at the time this charter application was submitted?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know who the district's legal counsel was at the time this charter application was submitted?
I guess it was Mr. Norton.
Based on LA's charter application, if CA's approximately 400 students were to enroll at LAA on July 1st, 2023, would the funding follow those students to LAA?
Depends on the funding formula and the projections of all this, the weighted people for the entire state as well.
Okay. If they did, if they went and enrolled, and I think you said it was $5.2 million a year that CAA receives,
That was revenue, yes, total revenue, local, state, but yeah, exactly.
and you said that'd be approximately $50 million over the length of a charter?
Over the next 10 years, yes.
Correct. Based on LAA's charter application, would Acceleration Academies be entitled to 85% of that $50 million?
I can't make that calculation or determination from this application.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Tom, that based on LAA's charter application, Acceleration Academies has a significant financial interest in LAA enrolling more students that are at-risk dropout students in grades 9 through 12?
I can't speak to that.
You never made a recommendation to revoke CA's charter, correct?
Excuse me, say that again?
You didn't make a recommendation to revoke CA's charter, correct?
No,
Okay, no one from the staff did, to the best of your knowledge, correct?
best of my knowledge, no.
No more questions.
Mr. Norton?
Just one question, Mr. Tom. Do you know the scope of services provided by Acceleration Academies to LAA?
I do not know that.
Do you know what bills they pay for out of that 85%?
I do not know.
Thank you. No more questions.
Mr. Norton, do you have any more witnesses?
No, Mr. Chair. I don't have any more witnesses. I propose we take our working lunch at this point.
Okay. All right, so for the board, we're gonna eat while we're sitting here. Marlene, do you know if everything's ready? We will move forward, and Mr. Turner will be able to proceed with his case.
Mr. Payne, just to clarify, are you asking me to proceed?
Yes, we're gonna have a working lunch. We're gonna keep going.
Thank you. Be glad to.
And if just for convenience, if everybody feels they need a break, just raise your hand. We'll take a time out. Do you want to take just a few minutes for them to bring in the food? I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Turner.
Just to clarify, are y'all planning to eat in this room? And would
Yes.
it be okay for others to eat in this
Yes,
room?
absolutely. You're welcome to, yes.
Thank you.
Does anybody need a break before he begins? Do we need to take a few minutes? Y'all good? Okay, proceed, please.
Okay. Call Curtis Askew to the stand, please.
I did. ASKEW.
Good afternoon, Mr. Askew.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the district board?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Curtis Askew, and I am the president and principal of Data Engine Consulting. Data Engine provides strategic planning, data analytics, and evaluation to organizations, both for-profit, nonprofit, secular, and non-secular.
Okay. Will you please tell the board about your educational background?
I am a proud graduate of Northwestern University. For those of you who want to know, it's Evanston, but we say Chicago since it's more broadly available to most people's geographic reference. I have also attended Northwestern as a graduate student in the Department of Sociology under the supervision of Dr. Charles Moskos, with supervision by Charles Payne and others in the evaluation field. I was hired by Clemson University as a research assistant professor, where I served for 3 years. And after leaving, I started Data Engine, and I've been doing this sort of consulting work for the better part of 30 years, although 15 years as a formal business.
Okay. And did you cover the complete professional background?
I did not cover the complete professional background. I am a retired military officer. I'm a father of 2, one of whom attends South Carolina Public Charter School District School. In terms of my professional background, I have been the only consultant, external consultant, allowed by the Department of the U.S. Census Bureau to present to the FEMA's internal evaluation board on how to evaluate the impact of COVID. And that is one of the most recent honors of Data Engine.
What did CAA retain you to do, Mr. Askew?
CAA retained me to help them make sense out of their data. In part, it was to describe the geographic footprint from which they draw their students, and more generally provide a description of the students that are served by CAA.
Okay. would you please turn to CAA Exhibit 36?
Is this in binder 1?
And
Thank you.
this is in binder, CAA binder volume 3.
Okay. CA binder 3. Thank you. Appreciate it. Binder 3, which tab?
That's correct.
Which tab, please?
Exhibit 36, tab 36.
Exhibit 36, okay. Thank you.
Did you prepare the documents in this exhibit?
I did.
Will you please explain to the board what this table on the first page is showing and how it's relevant to the hearing today?
Okay, so consistent with what I was retained to do, I took a look at CAA's data, which consisted of looking at PowerSchool exports and broke the data down after deduplicating it. And I think it's important here to make note, the data that is in PowerSchool for CAA has tremendous deficiencies in it because of an issue that occurred in 2020, which was presumptively resolved. However, I don't think anyone fully appreciated the depth of the problem. The duplication of records in PowerSchool meant that there were students, individual students, who had duplicate IDs, and in some instances even appeared in the data with misspellings to their names. So if you did not deduplicate the data, the results and the output from the data would be incorrect. So based on working with the current administration and the data vendor, we were able to identify the total enrollment for CAA as represented in PowerSchool historically as 1,532. What you see off to the far left is what is called the 9GR code. That is the first time that an individual is identified as a ninth grader. What I wanted to draw your attention to is something that we discussed internally because we had to separate out active students, inactive students, transfer students, and graduates. This distinction is important because this table outlines very clearly what the basic elements are for computing the four-year cohort adjusted graduation rate. And when I say adjusted, the transfers that are identified are individuals who by state statute, in this case ESA and the State Consolidated Plan, are removed from the calculation of the four-year cohort graduation rate. And let's be clear about the terminology. Graduation rate, in accordance with South Carolina's State Consolidated Plan, as well as the accountability manuals, refers explicitly to the four-year cohort adjusted graduation rate. This is referenced specifically in the State Consolidated Plan for 2017, the resubmitted plan for 2021, and the accountability manuals for 2023. This is the first time anybody's ever told me to talk up. So, do you want me to repeat that? If you could. Yes. So, the State Consolidated Plan, which connects to ESA, which is the federal guidance on how states report out on metrics, requires a very specific calculation of graduation rates. With the duplication of data in PowerSchool, One of the things that I had to do, and what I spent the majority of my time focusing on, was clarifying how many students CAA had historically and where they fit in these different columns. I will point out that the active is predicated on what is in Power School right now. It could have been different because given the population of students at CAA, they move between the active, inactive transfers. That is the nature of this particular population. It is part of the definition of the school in terms of who they recruit. So this table basically summarizes the complexity of CAA's AEC designation. In essence, the 9GR, if we think about it in terms of four-year cohort graduation rate, if you don't graduate within 4 years, you do not count towards graduation. So if you look at all of the individuals from 2012 to 2017, given when they were enrolled at CAA, if they were enrolled and they were already behind their cohort, even if they graduated, it would not count towards CAA's graduation goal. So that's the relevance of this table. It needs, this to me is the crux of what I have heard and what I've reviewed in terms of the documentation with CAA, is the AEC mission of pulling in dropouts, regardless of who they are, as long as they are under the age of 21, which is a state mandate when you cannot enroll in school. That means CAA can pull in high-risk students, which is a part of the definition. They could be truants, they could be out of cohort, they could be individuals with mental, physical, or other issues that fall into that high-risk category. But if they are outside of their 9GR code, CAA cannot turn them away because they are a charter, and their mission explicitly states that that is who they recruit. But when they bring those kids in, and this is a key point, once they bring them in, if they go into that inactive column, they cannot be removed based on the guidelines of the consolidated plan, which says the only individuals who can be removed from the calculation of graduation rates are individuals who have immigrated, they have died, or they have formally transferred. And that's why that transfer column is so important in terms of getting correct in terms of calculating graduation rates.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? How do you calculate a graduation rate, and what is the significance of transfers to the calculation of the graduation?
So as I've already stated, the four-year cohort adjusted graduation rate is the only graduation rate that South Carolina recognizes. There is no other computation of it. If you fall outside of the graduating within 4 years, you count against the school. You do not count towards, because the four-year cohort graduation rate is predicated explicitly on 4 years. So if I were 2 years behind my cohort, even if I took all of my credits and I graduated, CAA would not get credit for that student because they graduated beyond the 4-year period, because they started off 2 years late. So this becomes a really important factor in terms of how you assess one of the key components. And when I say key components of school performance, graduation rates take up are weighted as 25% of the school's overall assessment. That is a huge chunk, especially if you do not do well in other areas. And given this population, it is not likely that you're going to hit all benchmarks. You're going to lose points all the way over. It's very easy to end up with a failing grade if you can't get your 4-year cohort graduation rate to where it needs to be. And I'm suggesting, based on this table, And what the data literally shows is that given the enrollment of students, those who are outside of their four-year cohort graduation when they come in count against the school, because even if they graduate, there's no quote-unquote credit given. It also does not address the age of students who enter into the school, because that in and of itself places students in a position where they could, in essence, age out before they complete. And the only way you can be counted in terms of actually having a graduate is if the individual is graduating, has already enrolled and will graduate, but they turn 21. That's the only way you can count them as a graduate under state statute.
You had an opportunity to review the district's transfer request report.
I did.
In your opinion, do the graduation rates that were presented in that transfer request report, were they done correctly?
In my professional opinion, I cannot make a determination and say explicitly that they were done correctly. What is important to me, and what seems to be the case, because I've looked at CAA's calculations, what seems to have happened is transfers were not removed. If transfers were not removed, then that is a explicit violation of what the state has agreed to in terms of ESA, which is a four-year cohort adjusted graduation rate.
And if transfers were not removed but should have been removed under ESA, how would that impact the numbers that were presented as CAA's graduation rates?
Without hoping to stay out of the statistical weeds, removing transfers brings your denominator down. Smaller denominator, higher graduation rate. It's just that simple. It's a mathematical proposition. If you simply keep all of these students who are, so you say you have active, you have mashup between inactive and transfers, you're basically adding, if you look down at the bottom of the page, 555 and 389 together, that would be your denominator. If you do the adjusted cohort graduation rate calculation the way it is supposed to be done, then you're only including that 555. That smaller denominator drives your graduation rates up. And I will say this, I listened intently. There was a statement about differences in the calculation of graduation rates. State compliance under ESA and the state consolidated plan is exceedingly explicit about how the calculation is done. There's not any wiggle room regarding how the calculation is done. So if there are duplicates in the data, and those duplicates are in the data and they have not been removed or addressed, the data for the calculation starts to look really bizarre. And I have no idea to know how the charter school district did their calculations. We worked in different ways to think about it. Based on my calculations and the way that I calculated the numbers, it appears that transfers were not removed. And again, I'm not impugning anyone, I only want to say it appears. We can discuss that at a later time, whether or not they were or were not.
Before I flip to page 2, do you have anything else you wanted to mention on page 1?
I think it is important to understand that it is virtually impossible to compute an actual cohort for a school like any type of AEC, because South Carolina's statute is not explicit as it is in other states. For example, Colorado's has a very explicit statute about who gets considered, who doesn't get considered, and it even has a waiver built into their state consolidated plan regarding how an AEC will be evaluated. That's really important in terms of the way I started looking at this data, because it was very confusing to me that at the end of the day, while you are dealing with a single number, that single number excludes students that the school is actually serving. So you can only have one 4-year cohort graduation rate. But if you've got someone, and we'll take as a hypothetical, you've got students enrolled at CAA who are 9GR3 who graduate this year, along with individuals who graduate with a 9GR18, which means they're on time. The 9GR12 is not going to calculate or figure into the calculation, because the only thing that is looked at is on-time graduation. On-time graduation is inconsistent with what this particular AEC does in terms of its mission. It takes in all dropouts between the ages of 14 and 21. So the mix of students that you have is either going to end up in your active or your inactive. You cannot remove them once you take them into the school. They count as a part of your overall performance in terms of the students you have enrolled, but they don't count in terms of the specific metric for 4-year cohort graduation rate if they are outside of their cohort.
Mr. Askew, will you please turn to Table 2?
Yes.
And will you please tell the district board what Table 2 is and how it's relevant to this hearing?
So Table 2 was basically taking the same data out of PowerSchool and breaking that data down for those students for whom we had demographic information. And this was relevant because I wanted to ensure that not only the school, but the district had a very clear understanding of exactly who these students are in terms of their mix. So at the end of the day, we can see that there is a fairly good mix of students across the total range of who's being served. This is not a total minority school. It is not a total of anything. It's a mixture of kids. And they're drawing kids, as I think later there's an exhibit, they draw kids from across 3 counties. And to me, that's a relatively extraordinary feat when you can draw kids whose behaviors place them in high-risk categories, who typically are on the older side, have multiple issues. And I sat in the records room for a week, literally reviewing files by hand to get a better feel of who the students were that are represented in these numbers. Many of them have a range of issues that I think speaks well of the staff and their ability to recruit kids and get them to stick. Because that's a huge part of the population. These are chronic absentee students, i.e. truants, but many of them are older. So it raises a question in my mind about whether or not an individual who is not required to be in a South Carolina school, i.e. an individual over the age of 17, if you are not required to attend school, you cannot be classified as a truant.
And would you please turn to Appendix A and describe for the district board what this is and how it's relevant to this hearing?
Yes. So as a part of my scope of work, what was important was to sort of help describe the total footprint of students who would be considered disengaged. These are the very types of students that CAA would in fact be recruiting. A disengaged student, according to Measure of America, is a student who is 14 to 24. I narrowed it to 14 to 21 because that's the age eligible population. These are students who are not employed and they are not in school, had not been enrolled in school for at least 3 months prior to being surveyed. So within the Charleston footprint, North Charleston footprint, we have 2,100 plus students who fit that profile. The relevance to CAA is that, in essence, CAA is serving 18% of these students, and this is based on American Community Survey data, a federal data set, publicly available using ACS PUMS data. So we can be reasonably confident in the breakout in terms of the level of the highest grade achieved for students who are disengaged, which speaks to the types of students that CAA would in fact be recruiting.
Mr. Askew, would you please take a look at CAA Exhibit number 1, which is in Volume 1 of CAA's exhibits?
You need another desk over here.
That's good feedback for next time.
What is the title of the exhibit? 'Cause
This
I
is
have
the
some-
Charter Schools Act.
Yes, I've
Okay.
got it.
Will you please turn to section 5940-111?
I am there.
Okay. And will you please look at subsection F?
I'm there.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank, starting charter schools receiving and
Correct.
AEC.
Will you please review that and let me know when you're ready for me to ask questions? Okay, what's your understanding of what this section requires as far as the evaluation of an AEC's performance?
I believe that my read of this would be that you have to have a comparable pool of schools that you're comparing, so that you're comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges. This is a standard practice in evaluation, making sure that what you are comparing to is comparable, straightforward on that front.
Do you have any understanding of whether an AEC has to be evaluated according to goals that are aligned with its mission?
Based on what is here, it specifically states that take into account the school's specialized mission and student population with comparisons to any available nationally normed data.
Are CAA's goals and its charter, as approved by the district, aligned with CAA's specialized mission and student population?
My basic read of the data and the mission, the goals, is that no, they are not aligned.
And why do you believe that?
Again, going back to the description that I made about how you are assessing graduation and even the definition of cohort. Cohort is problematically defined given that you're bringing in students who literally range in 9GR. So unless you have some ability to take into account the number of students who are being graduated, period, regardless of their 9GR, but that is not the way state statute is written. State statute is written explicitly on a 4-year cohort graduation rate. So any student that comes in that is already behind, by definition, in terms of state statute and what has been agreed to in the state consolidated plan, would in essence count against CAA. But it would also, by definition, violate the school's purpose as a charter if they denied a kid entry based on their mission. They would be in conflict. Those two things are not reconcilable. You've got a 4-year cohort graduation rate. You've got a state statute that says you can't deny a child who presents themselves entry. But if I allow you to come into the school, I get no credit for that kid based on the calculation of 4-year cohort graduation rate.
Did you have an opportunity to review the district's transfer request report?
I did.
Did you see in the transfer request report before the board on January 19th, 2023, any comparison of CAA with other schools that serve high school dropout students?
I did not.
Mr. Askew, will you please look at CAA Exhibit 33,
Same.
which begins at the end of Volume 2.
Okay. I'm there.
Okay. What is this document?
Unfortunately, this document is a transcript of the very last time that this board reported doing a revocation, and that was for Quest Leadership Academy.
Okay, and what was the date of that revocation?
June 13, 2019.
Did you attend the revocation hearing for Quest on June 13th, 2019?
I did indeed.
Okay, what was your involvement with Quest Leadership Academy?
My involvement with Quest Leadership Academy was I was hired to help them present evidence about who their students serve. So pretty much the same thing that I've done with CAA, but I was also engaged basically because it was a school in my local environment. I'm out of Greenville. So it was a local school that was in trouble. I happened to know a lot about the environment, and so I was engaged as someone who was trusted to be able to parse their data, if you will.
What type of students did Quest serve?
Quest served one of the highest percentage minority populations in Greenville. Was located in a low-income, highly transient, census-designated place called Gant. That community had one of the highest transiency rates due to eviction, so their population of students was constantly turning over. Most of their students who were enrolled were sibling pairs, so whatever instability was introduced by the eviction of one household actually had a double or triple effect on the school, and that was an element that we discussed in the hearing.
Do you recall the racial demographics of Quest Leadership Academy?
Quest Leadership Academy, highest minority percentage, mostly African American, low income.
Do you recall a school by the name of Next School?
I do.
And what do you recall about Next School?
Given the location, Greenville is a highly segregated county. We have what we call the Greenville Pork Chop or the White Horse Road Corridor. The east side of the county is largely manufacturing, high wealth. The west side of the county is largely minority, low wealth. Where Quest was situated was it literally sat at the nexus of 3 or 4 school attendance zones that served mostly Title I. Most of your Title I schools, of course, were on the western side of the county.
Okay. Do you recall the district having performance concerns with both Quest and Next?
I believe that they had questions about Quest and proceeded with a revocation with Quest, but not with Next.
Do you recall if Quest was offered a revocation review process?
They were, to the best of my knowledge, no, they were not.
Do you recall if Next was offered a revocation review process?
I cannot speak to that. I have not reread the transcript in its totality. I do remember, and I'm only here giving my impression at the time, which is quite palpable. Still a little, I will tell you, a very bitter taste in my mouth. There was a distinct feeling amongst those not only on the board, but those in the Greenville community, that Next was given far more leeway by the charter school district than was Quest. Their numbers were not that far apart. The biggest distinction was what was the composition of the students.
To the best of your knowledge, has the district offered CAA an opportunity to work through a revocation review process?
I do not know that for a fact, but to the best of my knowledge, no.
No more questions. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Askew. It's good to see you again. It's Dr. Askew.
We're still working on it.
Okay.
Life has a way of interfering with all the best intentions of graduate degrees.
Understood. I remembered you were working on it. When were you retained in this particular case by CAA?
I was contacted in February, but it was several weeks after. I've only worked on the data for maybe the last 5 to 6 weeks.
And have you looked at any data other than PowerSchool data?
I have not. In fact, if I might expound a little bit, the Gordian knot of the PowerSchool data became so problematic that it became literally my sole focus, because we had to get a baseline to be able to articulate what exactly was going on. And that's why I spent literally a week going through files, looking at, okay, what do we have in PowerSchool? What do we have in paper?
You're here on a paid engagement, correct?
Yes.
And how much have you been paid for this engagement?
To date, nothing.
How much have you contracted to be paid?
My billable hours are $175, which is substantively lower than what I would normally charge.
Okay. And how many hours have you worked on this matter so far?
Well over 100.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in the Quest case that you were paid $18,000?
Yes.
The data that we're talking about, just so we're clear, you've been looking at, how do you access PowerSchool data? How are you accessing it?
I was given access to PowerSchool, but because I am not a PowerSchool expert, I have relied on staff to provide me with exports. I've worked with the data vendor who provided me with an initial student export, and subsequently Dr. Turner, who will testify, I believe, later on, provided me with her most recent, because she was focusing on the most current data. She provided me with that data, and so I merged all of the data sets to create a clarified single data set to run the analyses that I presented.
Who's the vendor you're referring to?
Christina Wright, Simply Wright.
This is a vendor of CAA?
Yes.
Who gave you access to PowerSchool?
I was given access by Dr. Turner.
Okay. Do you have administrative access to PowerSchool?
I have access. I don't know if it's administrative access, but I've only gone on to look at the data. One of the questions that I asked explicitly was, what are the data map? I specifically wanted to see whether or not there was a variable for when records were updated, because that, to me, that would be important for explaining how you get to this data.
And you log on as yourself when you log on to PowerSchool.
Yes,
You would never log on as anyone else, would you?
absolutely not.
That would be a violation of ethics, wouldn't it?
I believe that there are policies and procedures in place for spoofing, which is what you're describing, yes.
Right. To log in as another
Yes.
professional educator. It would also cause concerns about the validity of the data because you couldn't log what changes had been made by whom and when. Isn't that true?
That would be accurate, yes.
Okay. Do you know if there have been instances at CAA after the revocation when there are people logging on as former CAA employees and changing data?
I cannot speak to that. I have no knowledge of it. I was focused primarily on my scope of work.
How did you verify the accuracy of the PowerSchool data then?
My verification came from, as I pointed out, going literally to the student records and comparing student records, looking at numbers that were exported for me in terms of PowerSchool. We literally, because we had duplicate IDs, for student IDs as well as state IDs in the data, we had to literally cut those off and go name by name.
You're telling me that there were duplicate SUNS numbers, unique identifiers, there were duplicates in the PowerSchool data by CAA?
Yes.
How can that possibly happen?
I am not a PowerSchool expert, so again, this is my opinion. I believe it can happen if you do a search, you do not have specific ID numbers, and you add them back to the table. I noted that when I logged on to look at the data, that was one of the issues, that it's easy enough to do. I don't think it's so easy to undo.
Did you hear testimony earlier today about there being individual students marked as graduates multiple times?
Individual students being marked as graduates multiple times, i.e. there are multiple records?
Correct. So same student marked as a graduate in multiple academic years.
Again, I think that's the Gordian knot of duplicate records.
So that would change, you mentioned changing the denominator, that changes your numerator as well.
Exactly. And the numbers that I presented, if I might, the numbers that I presented are deduplicated data.
Well, it's deduplicated from what?
It's deduplicated. We went in and took a look at each student by name, and where there was a duplicate, because I received data on, what do you call it? It's like an error report. I'm not a PowerSchool expert. It's an error report that lists the number of times a record is in a file. So literally an analysis was done to determine whether or not students were identified multiple times. My analysis was limited explicitly to who were the graduates identified by CAA, and subsequently, where do they fit in the overall data file? Are they in there multiple times?
Did you review DOTS data, the graduate?
Did not. I do not have access to any of the sorts of things that were discussed. I was limited to student records that were paper and the PowerSchool exports that I received.
Okay. Did you review CAA's charter?
I did.
Did you review their goals and objectives?
I did.
You testified earlier that you did not believe that they were aligned to their mission. Is that I understand your testimony correctly?
You understood me correctly, yes.
Do you know who wrote those goals and objectives?
I do not know.
Do you mind pulling out the district binder that's labeled as binder 1?
Okay.
And if you'll look to tab 2, that's where the amended charter is.
Yes.
And the goals are on page 42, if you want to get there, and then I'll discuss it.
Nair?
Okay. So if I'm looking at on page 42, when I see these measures, these are just cohorts of students essentially that are described in some of these, and in others it actually has a goal included. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So for example, like in measure 1, it describes a cohort, and then after the comma, it says who score at least 70% on the English 1 end of course assessment.
Right.
Did you evaluate whether that goal was met or not met?
Did not. I think there was testimony to the effect that there are two different systems that are expected to run in parallel. I only examined what was in PowerSchool to get a clear picture of what was going on with the student enrollment and graduation.
In fact, you were only really able to look at graduation rate.
Absolutely, yes.
You weren't able to look at credit attainment?
I did take time to copy some of the records. I know you all had transcripts. There was expected to be a transcript analysis, but the Gordian knot of the PowerSchool piece really took up the majority of the time, so that was not completed.
If you flip over to page 45, it's just one page over.
Okay.
Do you know who Momentum Strategy and Research is?
I do not.
Do you know if the school ever has worked with Momentum Strategy and Research?
That was not a part of my engagement. I didn't really get into their administrative functioning.
Well, this is how they were supposed to set objectives and goals, right?
Mm-hmm.
To your knowledge, has the school ever done that?
I do not know. That's, again, beyond my scope.
Okay. How is Next School doing today?
Next they're doing okay. I mean, Greenville's population has changed substantively since the Quest revocation, and I think that, as I pointed out, I believe it's in the transcript, the community is in flux, has been in flux, so Next population certainly starts to resemble the changing demography of Greenville.
How is that the case since Next is closed? Next is closed, sir.
There is a Next, is it Next High School? Sorry.
Next charter school has closed.
So I have misspoken.
Okay.
I do know that there are charter schools that have popped up. I don't spend most of my time paying attention to the openings and closings of charter schools within Greenville County. I do know that the charter schools in Greenville have substantively changed their demography.
Does it change your testimony today if you knew that Next Schools has been closed by the district since you testified about Quest?
It wouldn't change anything that I just said about the data that I presented, or the fact that I believe that the mission of CAA as an AEC and how it is being evaluated don't align. I will say very clearly, I get compliance. I am a big compliance person. That's why I spend time looking at statute. However, our statute in South Carolina, our AEC statute, is not nearly as well developed as the statutes in other states that have AECs. The way that I look at where we are right now, we have an opportunity to fix a problem, which is the disconnect. Because as long as the district and other authorizers give an AEC designation and allow what they have allowed with CAA, you're going to have this problem. And I think where we are right now, one of the unique features of CAA is its size. The larger the school gets, and this could be potentially a situation with LAA, as it gets larger, if it is following the charter school statute and the AEC designation, it will be in the exact same boat that CAA is in right now. So what I would recommend to this board is let's sit down and fix the Gordian knot problem of data and subsequently work together. It's the same thing that I've told the staff. I think it is a far better route to fix the AEC problem and the disconnect between how you assess and, what an AEC is than it is to shut it down and hope and pray that the problem goes away. And if you'll remember, Mr. Norton, this is exactly the same thing that I said about Quest. Most people simply want to cut their arm off or ignore the problem as opposed to fix it. It is far harder and frustrating, trust me, I do this for a living, to fix the problem than it is to kind of move it further down the road.
Mr. Askew, I 100% believe your heart's in the right place, and I wish you all the best. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Carrie Tucker.
Could I trouble the chair for a restroom break?
Sure. Is the court reporter okay? She's been going nonstop. Or do you need anything to eat or anything?
I'm gonna have crackers on this break.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Mr. Turner, is 5 minutes good for you?
It is, thank you.
Thank you.
Tucker.
Do you promise or learn to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, Dr. Tucker.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the District Board of Trustees?
I'm Dr. Carrie Tucker. I am currently the Assistant Director at CAA. I've previously worked in charters in charter leadership for the past 8 years, been in educational leadership both traditionally and in charters for 12.
And would you tell the board a little bit about your educational background?
So I have my doctorate in educational leadership. I've worked with specifically engaging student work. That's like my passionate area. The alternative education, I worked as a CTE director previous to charters in a rural district here in actually the Midlands, helping those students trying to find those personalized pathways for education. So this area is really my passion. I've worked I transitioned to charters just because of the opportunities we give to have flexibility in education. Worked for Gray Collegiate Academy here for 4 years, and also as state and federal accountability director for all 3 charters in Legion, Oceanside, and Gray throughout the state previous to this position. Oh, I'm also an adjunct professor for Columbia College at the master's level in education.
And what is your position at Charleston Advancement Academy?
I'm the assistant director.
And when did you begin in that position?
I started on February 28th of 2023, so I've been there all of about 10 weeks now.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, did the district require CAA to develop and execute a corrective action plan at any time prior or since January 19th, 2023?
No, sir.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, did the district require CAA to go through a revocation review process at any time prior to January 19th, 2023?
No, sir.
What types of students does CAA serve?
So our population, while I know we sit and talk at risk, and you can say that it's defined by pupils in poverty and special education and weightings as referred to earlier, this population it's indescribable as far as for data. There's just, each student has a story. They're very unique. The great thing about CAA and its charter is it specifically speaks to individualized academic plans, and that's really what we're working with. Students that have had children, 1, 2, they're the head of household. They are homeless, they're living out of hotels, couch hopping. They are previous to our school, discipline issues, truancy issues. I accepted a student just the other day that had been with us twice before, and we had an enrollment meeting, and I sat down with him and asked, why do you think now is the time? And he's 20 years old. He's walking into high school with 6 credits. He's not going to graduate from us, but as stated prior, our model, that's not what we're about. We're about accepting those kids and helping them get as far as they can, so that when they graduate or when they leave us, even as they age out, they'll be going to adult ed. And so we're trying to get them as many credits as they can to be able to move on to the next phase of their life.
And what is CAA's ultimate purpose and mission?
To get as many students a high school diploma as possible.
How many graduates does CAA have?
197.
Does graduating students fulfill the mission of CAA?
Yes,
Even if a student graduates outside of their cohort?
absolutely.
Will you please turn to CAA Exhibit 37, which is in CAA Exhibit Volume 3. Are you ready for me to ask questions?
I'm ready.
Did you prepare the documents in this exhibit?
I did.
Would you please explain to the board what these documents are and how they're relevant to this hearing today?
So, as stated prior, we do have, the data in PowerSchool is very deficient in many ways. In some ways, point fingers or whoever, but we had students that would disenroll, re-enroll, as Mr. Askew referenced, that when they came back, the previous leadership didn't realize that they had already been there before, which is a record-keeping issue. But those, we ended up having duplicates. So what Mr. Askew and I set out to do, we took every student out of PowerSchool that was active, every student that was in PowerSchool that was inactive. We don't personally have access to our graduate students. We've asked for that permission from district, but have not been able to see who you guys have listed as graduates. But we do have a list that we've kept through DOTS, so we were able to look at that. But in PowerSchool, we can't see those grad students. But that's what this is based on. And so, as Mr. Askew is referencing, you guys can see on your side, there's a 1.13 for 18-19 school year, 4.41 for 1920, 10.11. You guys know this is the state report card data. Standing next to it is actually the number of students that graduated from CAA in that graduate year that were out of cohort. So we actually had, if you took all of our students and just used it against the denominator that the district has provided, that our grad rate is up because there's that many students outside of cohort. 30 as in 21, 22, we would have a 21.86 if we had actually counted for every student that graduated.
So this top chart that you're talking about, that's calculating graduation rates regardless of whether a student graduates with their cohort or not.
Correct.
What's the bottom chart on the second page calculating?
The bottom chart on the second page is those students that were outside of their 9GR, which is the graduation cohort that we keep referring to, which is what the state uses to create a state report card. It's the reason why all of these surrounding schools send their kids to us, is because they don't want that kid against their grad rate because they're off track.
So this second chart, is it calculating a graduation rate?
No, it is calculating the students that were outside of 9GR in that each graduating year.
Okay.
So if you took that top chart and said 21.86, the difference is those students that are outside of cohort on the bottom chart.
So it's saying of CA's graduates, how many were outside of their cohort?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Would you please turn to District Exhibit 10?
I don't know if I have that book. Oh, I found it.
And what is this document?
It's the transfer request report.
Have you had an opportunity to review the transfer request report?
Yes.
And is it your understanding this is the document that was before the district board on January 19th, 2023?
Correct.
In your opinion, did the district calculate CA's graduation rate correctly in the transfer request report?
Well, again, if we're using the state model, absolutely, it's calculated correctly. As far as in reference to our charter and what we're expecting our evaluative measures to be and comparative to other AECs, no.
And why do you say that?
Well, based on state legislation for charter and AEC law, we are supposed to be compared to similar subsets and also with an AEC model, which is within our charter of the 5-year graduation cohort.
Okay. Was there a 5-year cohort graduation rate or return to school calculation in the transfer request report?
No.
And is that a goal in CAA's charter?
It is.
Was there a 4-year cohort graduation rate or return to school analysis in the transfer request report?
No.
And is that a goal in CAA's charter?
Yes.
Was there a comparison of CAA to AECs that serve similar subsets of students in the transfer request report?
No.
And is that a requirement under the AEC statute?
Yes.
Would you please turn to District Exhibit 27?
I think that's a different volume. Yeah. I only have 1 through 20.
Have you had an opportunity to review these documents?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the students that are referenced in these documents?
Yes.
Okay. And I would just like to remind you that this hearing is a public hearing and is being broadcast, and so I just ask you, please do not use the names of the students or the parents or the families that are mentioned here.
Absolutely.
What can you tell us generally about these documents and these students that are referenced herein?
So these are obviously two different students. I can tell you both cases. One of the students is a transgender, had been bullied and pushed out of his previous school. Mom and he were also dealing with homelessness, living in a hotel, and he was working full-time trying to help provide income for the family. The second child has helped provide for their household income, works for the county at night and shows up at school in the morning at 7 a.m. after working the night shift to come to school. They both have had similar issues with traditional schools and have really found a niche with our staff and faculty, feel like somebody cares about them, so they show up. But they're both over age.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the documents that the district attached to the affidavits? And what are your comments on those?
So the big problem that I see, I guess, with this and numerous others is that the model of CAA is that flexible schedule. It's 15 hours required on campus, 30 hours of work, so there's some time virtual and some time on campus. We take attendance for a traditional model of education in which this doesn't fit into. And so, yes, there's truancy. I mean, the data doesn't lie. It does look like they're truant. However, we're more of a proficiency-based system. And to be honest, I think that both district and previous leadership really should have been setting their goals more around this proficiency-based instruction.
Do you know if CAA's charter refers to both brick and mortar learning, virtual learning, and self-guided independent study?
It does. It says they're required to be on campus 15 hours a week, and they are allowed to work virtually 30 hours a week, or a total of 30 hours a week, sorry.
Okay. Have any of these students mentioned in 27 graduated from CAA?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that student without mentioning a name.
The one is currently seeking to be a firefighter certificate.
Excellent. Were you sitting in the room earlier when there was testimony about a student who had passed away?
Yes.
What do you know about that student in that situation?
So upon my commencement at working for CAA, I came in and we had, you know, with previous leadership and the upset of revocation back in January, there was a little bit of chaos and panic going on. And so I think there were some students that had kind of fallen off the grid, which is common in this population anyway. But so we came in and really did a deep dive on every one of our students to figure out where every student was. This particular student, I had been told by both the ML teacher and the SPED teacher that previous leadership said that the child had some complications from surgery and was in hospice back in October, November, and the parents had asked out of respect to not be contacted any longer. And I said, okay, well, we're now in February, so we got to reach out to these parents because we don't know where the student is. So we reached out and started our model of escalation until we got to the point of literally going out and doing home visits. Thankfully, our investigative skills we were able to get to the bottom of it. The house seemed abandoned, but we kept visiting. Finally, someone called, and they were Hispanic. So we had to have a translator, and come to find out at that point when they reached out to us, we said we're trying to find out what has happened with this child, and they said unfortunately she had passed. At that point, I reached out to district office for Power School support and got no response. Obviously don't want that kid sitting on our books any longer than necessary, but I was trying to find out, you know, just like what we've talked about in Power School in the past, is that there's a stamp, there's a time stamp on everything that you do. So I was afraid, do I put the kid in when I found out? Do I withdraw them on that date? Because obviously I wasn't here back in October, or do I backdate it and put in October? Never got any response on the Power School side, but when I had my weekly call with my SPED team, with the district SPED team, who's been absolutely amazing, we talked about it, and she said, I'll get you an answer. And she found out, ended up calling me back like a week later because she'd been out sick, and said, no, you need to go backdate it to the date of the death of the student. And I said, got it, will do. So it has been changed since the entry that we have. But obviously, yes, that student had fallen off the grid.
Is there anything else that still needs to be done to resolve that situation?
And no, at this point, we've uploaded the death certificate and all that.
Are you familiar with Low Country Acceleration Academy?
I am.
Okay. Where is their campus located?
About 10 miles up the street from us.
You said 10 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what types of students do they serve?
Exact same as us, high, at risk, dropout.
Do you know what their enrollment is?
Last time I checked, it was around 170.
Do you know what their projected enrollment was for this year?
500, I think.
Do you know if they're taking any action to try to increase their enrollment?
Well, we've actually had a couple students say they've reached out to them asking if they would like to transfer. We don't really know how that's happening, how they're being targeted, how they know that they're students with us, but we have had several students tell us that LAA has reached out to our students asking if they'd like to transfer.
And you don't know how they got their contact information?
Not that I can be absolutely guarantee. However, when I was working in Enrich, I have actually seen myself that, which is our special education ML population, Enrich, I can see other schools' students. And when we've reached out to the district in the past, expressing this problem, they told us it was because we unenrolled these kids incorrectly. However, those kids have never been on, they were never on our active list.
Would you be willing to work with the district staff to revise CAA's charter goals to take into account CAA's specialized mission?
Absolutely.
In your opinion, is there any reason to close CAA?
In all of my experience, I have witnessed some pretty bad situations as far as schools are concerned, and there is nothing at the school that makes me alarmed and thinks that it is a closing-worthy school revocation.
In your opinion, what should the district board decide today and why?
I believe that there is definitely, I think especially in an AEC model new to the state, there's no true guidelines. I truly believe that there needs to be a metrics that is developed for AECs. We've been working with legislation and on our own side trying to find people to say, we understand that this is a different model. The amount of money we spend on high school dropouts on the outside of education is millions and millions of dollars more than what we're spending on them now in at-risk population. And I think it really has to become an individualized plan for each child. And if we're not meeting their needs individually, that's when we lose them.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker. Please answer any questions Mr. Norton has.
Hi, Dr. Tucker. Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. You just came over to work with CAA now in February, you said?
Yes,
Are you working for CAA full-time?
I am.
Do you still have your educational consulting? Do you have an educational consulting
I do.
business?
Mhm.
Are you still doing that business as well?
I consult with other people, yes.
Do you consult with T2 charters?
Yes. Mhm.
In fact, you're part of a new charter being developed by Limestone.
I helped write the application.
You helped write the application. Are you still working with that charter school for Limestone?
Is in a consulting factor, yes, to help them write their application. Mhm.
How many other engagements do you have right now other than working with CAA?
Just the consulting with T Squared, and I adjunct for Columbia College in the evening sometimes.
T Squared, who's the owner of that business?
Tracy Bryant Riches and Todd Helms.
And Tracy Bryant Riches and Todd Helms, they are former Limestone Charter Association employees, is that correct?
I would assume, yes. Mhm.
And did they recommend you to CAA?
No. No.
Okay.
Yeah. It had nothing to do with
I
that.
was just trying
Yeah.
to figure out how I just didn't know. I mean,
Yeah, I actually spoke, I could tell you, what is her name? She used to be Carol Ost, and I spoke.
Oh.
And that's how she recommended me.
Okay.
Mhm.
Sorry, I've never had a chance to speak to you, so
Oh, no, it's okay.
trying to figure out. I just have a few questions for you. Do you have the district's binder there with the amended charter in it at tab 2?
Tab 2.
I think we all know the goals are on page 42 by now. I think we got that.
Yeah.
Do you know how these goals were developed?
I do not, other than I do know that the district and previous leadership sat down together and kind of came up with, as you said, a do-over.
Do you know if the district ever issued sanctions short of revocation to CAA related to writing that amended charter?
No.
Do you know the difference between sanctions short of revocation and a corrective action plan?
Yes.
What are they? What's the difference?
So the sanction short of revocation would be, here's our non-compliance issues, get them fixed. And then you've got corrective action plan where you're saying, we've got to come up with a plan with growth goals.
Isn't it fair to say the corrective action plan is basically a kind of sanction short of revocation?
No, I would say they were two different things.
You think they're two different things? Okay. Have you ever worked with a charter school that has been subject to sanctions short of revocation?
No.
Have you ever worked with a charter school that's been subject to revocation before?
No.
Have you ever worked with a charter school to work through a corrective action plan before?
Yes.
Which school did you work with?
I prefer not to say. That was many years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll respect your wishes.
Thank you.
Let me just ask you a couple of substantive questions about this. If you look on page 43, you were talking about the fifth-year cohort goal. Where is the goal? Which goal requires a fifth-year cohort graduation rate?
So it says that percent of students that enrolled in CA prior to their senior year as measured by credits attained that are in the four-year adjusted cohort to either graduate or re-enroll the following year.
Well, that says four-year cohort.
Right, but it's talking about re-enrolling the following year.
And then measure 11's the 5-year?
Correct.
Okay, so what is the percentage that CAA must attain in order to meet that measure?
The percentage, repeat your question?
What percentage does CAA have to meet in order to meet measure 10? What's the goal?
There is no percentage there.
There's no goal, is there?
Nope.
Okay. Can you flip to tab 20 for me, please? Were you here earlier today when we testified that tab 20, or when we heard testimony that tab 20 was the rebuttal from CAA to the transfer report?
Mm-hmm.
Can you say yes or no for the record, please?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Have you read this rebuttal report before?
Not in its entirety.
Okay. Will you flip over 2 pages to the chart where we've got the 2 competing table 1s?
Mm-hmm.
You see where I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
CAA had an opportunity to and did respond to the district's calculation as to graduation rate, correct?
Repeat that, I'm sorry.
CAA responded to the district's calculation on graduation rate, didn't it?
Yes.
And what did CAA tell the district by its own calculations the graduation rate should be?
You want me to read them for you?
You don't have to read them all, just give me the 2022 one.
Okay, 12.64%.
Did CAA calculate that correctly?
I believe at the time they did.
Thank you.
Does the board have any questions? I've got one. I'm learning a lot of new acronyms, and AEC is one of them. If given your academic and professional experience, should not the founding members of the board have understood the difficulty they were going in and made adjustments in their original charter to address these matters at that time?
I believe that when you're talking about an AEC, it is such a personalized approach, and it's based on the demographics and geographical area you're in. As Mr. Askew was discussing, the ones that were up in the Greenville, Spartanburg area, the California, we've actually been working with an organization in Massachusetts. Everyone is different. I've got the woman that I spoke to from MAP Academy in Massachusetts. She reached out to me and was asking, can we collaborate? And I said, I'd love to. Her main problem is homelessness, though, and we don't have as much homelessness as they have. And so I think you don't know what you're getting into. And my experience in charters, I've often seen in boards, both the district and school side, don't know the information and don't have the experience to set appropriate, sometimes goals, or even know what questions to ask as to how are you not meeting it. As this data shows, this has been since 2020 and we're in 2023. No one has asked questions about this data until revocation.
So are they kind of flying blind?
Yeah, I think numerous people are flying blind.
You've helped write charters. Would you focus on this? And if you couldn't answer these questions, would you stop the application until you could?
In my experience as an academic, yes.
Thank you. Mr.
Call Dr. Tracy Combs.
Mr. Turner and Mr. Norton, just for the record, Mr. Butcher and then Dr. Pope in a little while, they had previous engagements that they didn't realize we'd be going so long today. They are going to call, Dr. Pope's going to leave around 4, I believe, is that right? And they're going to call back in and they will participate electronically.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Dr. Combs.
Hello.
Dr. Combs, what is your position with Charleston Advancement Academy?
I am currently the secretary for the board.
And do you serve in a volunteer capacity or are you paid for your service?
I serve in a volunteer capacity
How long have you been serving on the school board?
since late 2018.
Okay, tell me about your educational background.
I have a doctorate degree in healthcare administration because I started out my career as a respiratory therapist, and I worked for the Medical University of South Carolina for 15 years as the director of pediatric services.
Okay, I understand there are some IT issues that need to be set up so people can participate remotely, so we may need to take a 5-minute break to do that.
Okay. That's fine.
It's okay.
No worries. Yeah, that's good.
somebody around here with a magic button that just, I think it's that.
Dr. Combs, I think we left off with you giving background information about yourself. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you recall where exactly you left off?
I stopped off with my career at the Medical University as a respiratory therapist. I have also been actively involved in education at the secondary and the post-secondary level. I taught high school engineering for a Charleston County School District school, and I have been an adjunct professor for Trident Technical College since 1982, up until I took a full-time position with Trident Technical College in 2016.
Okay. And what led you to Charleston Advancement Academy?
I have always had a passion for students that I feel are experiencing roadblocks to education, that are underserved, that are not recognized. In my past experiences, it has always seemed like everyone was always concerned and put their efforts towards that upper level of performing students. And these students at the bottom of the performance scale that have no plans post-graduation, if they graduate, are at risk to graduate, there never seemed to be a clear and just path for them. And so when I came to Trident Technical College, I was drawn to continuing education, to non-credit courses, to trades. My husband and I had a manufacturing business for 20 years, and we manufactured gears for diesel engines for companies like Caterpillar, John Deere, Frigidaire, NASCAR. And during that time, I became acutely aware of how difficult it was to find skilled labor. I even entered into a program with the Charleston County Sheriff's Work Release Program, where I started my own apprenticeship and brought people that were in the day release program on and trained them to become machinists. So I've always had a passion for those people who I know have the ability to get to where they need to get, but don't have the tools or the resources. And I was approached, my boss at Trident Tech at the time introduced me to Mr. Tom Ducker, who was had interest in Trident Tech partnering with him to open an AEC. At the time, my boss wasn't really interested in, so he passed Mr. Ducker off to me, as things usually go. And I met with Tom, and I was very intrigued and very just like focused in on, oh my gosh, this is the thing I have been looking for. And the story goes on from there.
What do you enjoy most about serving on the CAA board?
I enjoy seeing young adults come in that have no vision of what they can be. They don't think that anybody cares about them. They don't think they're smart enough. They don't think they have the resources. And to see the total change in these students, whether it takes 4 years, 5 years, doesn't matter. To see the total change in these students to become people who have self-worth, are motivated, become absolute contributors to their society, I can't explain that feeling.
What types of students does CAA serve, and what types of challenges do they face?
I actually did my dissertation on roadblocks perceived roadblocks for alternative education students to post-secondary education. And part of the problem is their own level of self-esteem. Part of the problem is that their understanding of how to get from point A to point B, they don't understand it. They don't have anybody supporting them. They don't have anybody saying, you can do this.
Does CA serve students that have previously dropped out of high school?
Yes,
What about students that have suffered abuse issues?
yes,
What about students that have their own children?
yes,
What about students that have been affiliated with gangs?
yes.
And what about students that enroll at CA already several academic years behind?
Yes.
What unique features does CA offer its at-risk students to try to help them?
We look at the total child or young adult. We don't just look at academics, because academics is not enough for these students. We can have the most rigorous, successful academic program out there, but if we're not giving wraparound services to these students, they don't see the value in an education. They don't understand why they should go to school if they're not going to have somewhere to live, if they're not going to have something to eat or diapers for their baby. If we don't provide those types of services, which incidentally I think we do an exceptional job at, an education is of no value to them.
And ultimately, what does CA strive to accomplish with its students?
We want our students to achieve a high school diploma, because we all know the difference in income between a high school diploma and a GED, or a high school diploma and nothing.
How many students have graduated from Charleston Advancement Academy High School?
197. And I'd just like to add that my son is one of those 197 graduates.
How does obtaining a diploma help graduates like your son and others?
It helps graduates to become productive members of society. And so it serves them, but it also serves the communities in which they live in. There's a thing called the multiplier effect, which means if you have someone who has a job, they go out and they spend money in the community. They buy houses, they buy food, they buy, disposable income expenses. So it improves not just the graduate and their immediate family, but it improves, it's a multiplier effect for the entire community in which they live.
How many students does CA currently serve approximately?
Approximately 400.
Who is CA's sponsor?
The South Carolina Public Charter School District?
And have they always been CA's sponsor?
Yes, they have.
Did they approve CA's charter application?
They did.
What is the term of the contract between CA and its sponsor?
10 years.
Okay, and will you please flip to CA Exhibit 6, which is in CA Volume 1.
Thank you. It's been flipped too many times. Okay.
Have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
And what is your understanding what this document is?
This is the charter school contract between Charleston Advancement Academy, which at the time it says Charleston Acceleration Academy, and the South Carolina Public Charter School District, known as the sponsor.
What is an educational management organization?
An educational management corporation is generally a private, for-profit business that goes into schools and manages the operations.
Okay, if I refer to an educational management organization as an EMO, will you understand what I'm referring to?
Yes, I will.
Does CAA currently work with an EMO?
Not currently.
Did CAA ever work with an EMO?
Yes, we did.
How did CAA begin working with an EMO?
We decided that that would be the route for us to go, and being relatively new to the entire charter school setup, we thought that that would be in our best interest at the time.
What was the name of the EMO that CAA worked with?
Acceleration Academies.
And what services did Acceleration Academies provide to the school?
Pretty much like the day-to-day operations. They provided the on-the-ground management services.
Okay. How much did CAA pay Acceleration Academies?
CAA paid Acceleration Academies 85% of its profits.
Do you know if it's profits or revenue?
I'm sorry, it's revenue, excuse me.
Who manages Acceleration Academies?
Joseph Wise and David Sundstrom.
And do you know where they're from?
They are from Chicago.
And do you know if Acceleration Academies is a public or private organization?
It's a private organization and it's for-profit.
When the relationship between CAA and the district began, how was it?
It was very, very amenable. We had a good relationship. We were excited to be part of this district.
When the relationship between CAA and Acceleration Academies began, how was it?
Contentious. Oh, you mean the relationship between us
And
as the school?
Acceleration Academies, when that relationship began?
It was good.
Okay. At some point, did the relationship between CAA and Acceleration Academies change?
Yes.
And when was that and what happened?
It started out originally where we were questioning the 85% share with Acceleration Academies. And as a board, we were curious where the money that we were giving them was going. So we began to request more detailed information, such as receipts, and we never got what we requested.
Do you recall when that was?
That would have been early 2019, I believe.
Okay. Will you please flip to CAA Exhibit 20B, as in boy? Which is in CAA Volume 1.
A.
20B, please.
Okay.
Have you seen this document before?
Oh, yes.
And can you explain to the board what was happening at this time?
This is a letter from Dr. Mary Thornley, who is president of Trident Technical College, and who has been very supportive of the high school, of CAA and its mission. There were this letter is dated October 30th, 2019. And she states that over the past 10 months, there have been a series of incidents involving CAA students on TTC's Thornley campus. And the first time that the board was aware of any of these incidents was when we were called into a meeting with Trident Technical College's staff, specifically their chief of police, Mario Evans. And we learned that there were numerous safety violations that were never reported to the board from the current management of the school.
And will you please turn to page 2 of this document?
Yes?
What type of safety violations are we talking about?
Well, from a college standpoint, we're looking at Clery reportable violations. And I don't know if the board is familiar with the Clery Act, but it is an act that requires all colleges and universities to report incidents that are of serious nature in a public report. For a small community college to have over 20 Clery reportable incidents is detrimental, because parents and students, potential students, will go to a college's Clery report to see how safe the campus is. And if I, as a parent, would go to a Clery report and see that there were arrests, trespassing, sexual assault, verbal altercations, I would think twice about sending my child to that school. But that's an administrative issue for the college. On the flip side, why are our students being subjected to these types of violations? They should be able to come somewhere that is safe for them, because so many of them are coming from a place in life where they are not safe and they don't feel secure and open to education. They should not have to be putting up with these kinds of things. And furthermore, the board should have been notified.
Was Acceleration Academies managing CAA's operations at this time?
Yes, they were, and the director was Aaron Franey, and the assistant director was Dan Miller. And according to Chief Evans, they were aware and received incident reports of many of these violations.
Did Acceleration Academies report these violations to the board?
They did not.
How did CAA ultimately address this situation?
We pretty much knew that from Dr. Thornley's letter, it was either shape up or ship out. And it was very important that we remained on the Trident Technical College campus, because we wanted our students to see college students that looked like them, were their same age, came from a lot of similar backgrounds, to see that someday that could be them. We actually, the board met, and we determined that this was not acceptable. And so we moved to exercise our right, according to our charter, to terminate the EMO based on serious safety violations.
Objection. CAA is barred from taking this position in this proceeding based on res judicata. I'd be glad to brief it further.
Can you say that in English?
Res judicata, RESJUDICATA.
And that means?
That means because it has already been adjudicated through the arbitration proceeding, which has been affirmed by a federal court, that that's not what occurred as a matter of fact, which means it did not occur as a matter of law. And they cannot take a contrary position to that finding of law, that judgment that's been entered in this proceeding.
CAA believes that there are factors other than their performance that are causing all of us to be here today, and all of this information supports that, and we are going to walk through it and present our case of why we believe we're here today. And I'll just add, this is the only revocation hearing that's been had, so we have to address why we believe we're here at a revocation hearing.
Is tab 15 the judgment that you're talking about? The district's tab 15, award of arbitrator?
Yes. It's the award of the arbitrator, and of course, that's been affirmed. Hold on, that might not be the right one. I have to take a second. It's actually based on the order in the Western District of North Carolina.
Tab 14?
Tab 14. And there have been subsequent court rulings as well, but all of them find the same thing, that the alleged safety violations were pretextual. That's what the arbitrator found. It's been affirmed in federal district court. They cannot take a different position now. They were a pretext to terminate the EMO. They can't now come in here in this court and take a different position than what the arbitrator already found. They appealed to the district court and said otherwise. They are precluded under res judicata from relitigating those same set of facts.
This is the only revocation hearing CAA has ever had, and they have the opportunity to present why they believe they're here today.
May I? The doctrine of res judicata has no applicability to this situation whatsoever. The question was, what action did you take? She testified to what action she took. What the legal implications of that were subsequently in an arbitration award had zilch to do with the question and the action that they took. Res judicata has no applicability whatsoever.
We will affirm the court rulings and the arbitration rulings, but I'll let you enter it into the record. You can proceed.
Okay.
Yeah, Tyler, what he's saying is, we've got the federal court order and the arbitration award. It's already in the record. So this agency is bound by that. But if you have a presentation,
Understood.
The chairman is saying go ahead.
Thank you. When CAA decided to terminate AA immediately, did CAA address that with the district?
Yes.
And how did CAA go about doing that?
I don't recall the exact course of events, other than we did notify the district that we would be exercising our right to do that, to terminate with the EMO.
Okay. Do you recall if CAA requested a charter amendment?
We did.
Okay. And do you recall if the district offered to hear CAA's request for a charter amendment?
I can't recall.
Okay. Would you please turn to Exhibit 25? which is in CAA Volume 1.
Yes.
And what is this document?
It's an agenda for a meeting on November 14th, 2019.
And is CAA on that agenda?
Yes.
Okay. What does it say on the agenda about CAA?
It says Charleston Acceleration Academy termination of EMO contract presented by Elliott Smalley.
Okay, and if you turn the page to the next document, what is this document?
This represents the minutes from November 14th, 2019.
And is CAA included in the minutes?
Yes, it is.
And what was decided regarding CAA?
It says South Carolina Connections Academy transfer request. Dr. Calicut moved to approve the South Carolina Connection, oh, I'm sorry, it's the wrong one. Sorry, excuse me. My error, please. Don't pay attention to that. Here we go. Charleston Acceleration Academy termination of EMO contract. Mr. Miller moved to delay amendment and, quote, maintain the status quo, end quote, as of November 14th, 2019. Mr. Payne seconded, and the motion carried unanimously.
Okay, do you recall what that meant as a practical matter, maintaining the status quo?
Yes. It meant that our vendor, Acceleration Academies, would remain as management of the school until the end of its contract, which was April of 2020.
Okay, and was CAA required to pay AA for that additional time?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Do you recall any conversations with the district at that time about student health and safety?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recall about that?
That we were very concerned that these incidents were happening and we had no knowledge of it.
Did AA ultimately seek money for that additional time they were required to?
Yes, they did.
Do you recall how much money they were seeking from CAA?
They're originally seeking somewhere near $1 million, but that, I think there was an issue with their failure to timely file for a federal grant, so that reduced that amount down to $830,000 approximately.
And that was the order that was referenced, what CAA was required to pay as a result of the maintain the status quo
Yes, sir.
decision. Will you please turn to CAA Exhibit 20C?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to look at this document?
Yes, I have seen this document.
And what is this document?
This is a document from Joseph Wise, principal owner of Acceleration Academies, to Elliott Smalley, who was the superintendent at the time. It's CC to David Sundstrom, who is Joseph Wise's partner, and to Mr. Eric Norton, who is counsel for the district.
And what is the date of this email?
Tuesday, November 12th, 2019.
And what is the subject of this email?
Attorney-client privilege, CAA.
Okay, will you please turn to the second page of this email?
Yes,
Do you see the number 2?
I do.
Will you please read the first sentence after the number 2?
We will get well prepared to present a proposal to be considered for a fast-track charter approval consideration, so we can get ready to receive kids and staff when the CAA plan implodes.
And this was 2 days prior to the district board hearing CAA's charter amendment request to remove AA from its charter.
That is correct.
What is being communicated in that sentence?
From my own personal interpretation,
Yes.
my own personal interpretation is that our authorizer and our management company are working together to destroy CAA.
At that time, were you aware that there were private communications labeled as privileged between Joey Wise, David Sundstrom, Elliot Smalley, and Eric Norton?
I was not aware of it.
What is a charter school's revenue based on?
Per student, head count.
Okay. And how much money does AA charge charter schools that it works with?
85% of their revenue.
Do you know if Joey Wise and David Sundstrom are involved in any companies other than AA?
Absolutely. A quick Google search will reveal that.
Okay, and what companies are you familiar with?
ERDI, Soups Academy, Atlantic Research Partners, right off the top of my head, that's what I know.
What do you know about those companies and their business practices?
I know that by researching them, that they are all for-profit, privately held businesses. I know that there has been a lot of questioning about the ethics of their practices, and it's published. You can find it.
Will you please turn to CAA Exhibit 30?
Is that in book 2?
Sorry, that's in volume 2. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm ready.
Are you familiar with the documents in this exhibit?
Yes, I am.
What is the first document in the exhibit?
This is a document that was published in the Island Packet, which is a Beaufort County publication, and it's entitled, Former Beaufort County Superintendent Ordered to Pay $7,000 After Second SC Ethics Investigation, and the date of the article is November 29th, 2019.
Okay, what is the name of the former superintendent in Beaufort County mentioned in the article?
Jeff Moss.
Do you see in the second paragraph it refers to the Controversial Education Research and Development Institute?
Yes.
And what do you know about that organization?
That it is a private for-profit business held by Joseph Wise and David Sundstrom.
The same Joseph Wise and David Sundstrom that operate Acceleration Academies?
That's correct.
Will you please read the paragraph that begins, "The commission found," and let me know when you're ready for questions?
I'm ready.
Okay. Is it your understanding that ERDI paid the Beaufort County Superintendent $17,100?
That's what's stated, yes.
Okay. Will you please turn to the second page and read with the paragraph that begins since December 2017 and let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Do you know why the U.S. Attorney's Office was issuing subpoenas related to ERDI?
Because of questionable unethical activity by ERDI?
Will you please turn to the next article in this exhibit?
Yes.
What is this article?
It is from Fitz News, and it's entitled Former SC Superintendent Under FBI Investigation Can Keep Educator License, SCDE Rules. And it's dated August 14th, 2020 by Mandy Matney.
Please turn to the second page. Please read the paragraph that begins, Moss is currently being investigated, and let me know when you're ready for questions.
I'm ready.
Do you know why the FBI was investigating Beaufort County Superintendent?
Yes, because of his involvement with ERDI.
Please turn to the next document in Exhibit 30.
Yes.
What is this document?
This is a document that was made before the South Carolina State Board of Education, and it is a consent order of public reprimand in the matter of the disciplinary action of the educator certificate of Jeffrey Charles Moss.
Okay. And what is the date of this document?
March 23rd, 2020.
Under the findings of fact, will you read the first 4 sentences and let me know when you're ready to ask questions?
I'm ready.
And what's your understanding of what's going on here?
It's my understanding that Dr. Moss entered into a consent order with the South Carolina State Ethics Commission to be permitted to keep his educator certificate, but admit to the ethics complaint that involved Dr. Moss's employment as a consulting faculty member for ERDI while still employed as the superintendent of the Beaufort County School District.
Okay, will you please turn to the next document in Exhibit 30?
Yes, it is an article published by Jeff Bryant in Salon. It's published September 20th, 2019, and it's entitled School Leadership Disaster. Private companies work an insider gain to reap lucrative contracts. Our schools discovered an intricate web of businesses that reap lucrative school contracts funded by public taxes.
Will you please turn to the second page? Do you see the section that begins from retail store to mega mall?
Yes,
Have you read that section before?
I have read this section before.
Do you see where it says that Joey Wise and David Sundstrom were previously ousted from their jobs in Duval County, Florida School District due to alleged serious misconduct?
Yes,
Do you know any details about that?
I do know that Duval County is the largest school district in Florida. I know that they were ousted because of serious misconduct, and that they have been associated with other businesses such as the Soups Academy.
This section from retail store to mega mall goes on for the first few paragraphs on the next page. Have you had an opportunity to read that before?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of what's being discussed here?
It's talking, the general gist of it is that it's talking about how superintendents were being recruited into, I don't know what's the best way to put this. They brought together school administrators and vendors to help companies improve their products and services that they offer to the school systems. But what was essentially happening was they were bringing school superintendents and introducing them to the SOUP's product line while they were actually going to be the very people that were going to be granting the contracts.
Okay. Will you please turn to the next article in Exhibit 30?
Yes. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What is this document?
This concerns ERDI paying school admin to review ed products that those admins could then purchase. And it's by Mercedes Schneider, and it is dated January 15th, 2018.
Okay. Will you please turn to page 3?
Yes.
And do you see the paragraph that begins, "The story of Erdy becomes more complicated"?
Yes.
Will you please read from there to the end of the page and then let me know when you're ready?
Okay.
What's your understanding of the concerns being presented here?
There's concern about, one, the multitude of Sundstrom Wise corporations that have been established. There are also concerns about past controversies with these particular organizations. And the biggest concern to me is that it discusses the SOUPS Academy, which was a training program for principals and superintendents that was part of a multi-million-dollar kickback scandal that actually sent one school administrator, Barbara Bird Bennett, to prison for 7 years.
Please turn back to Exhibit 20C.
Yes.
And what is this exhibit?
This is the exhibit of the letter to attorney-client privilege, CAA.
And if you flip to page 2,
yes.
and look at number 2, You had no idea what was being discussed here at any point in 2019, correct?
Absolutely not. I would have been incensed.
Will you please flip to Exhibit 24? CAA Exhibit 24.
Yes?
And what is this exhibit?
This is a email from Scott Winburn, who is the Deputy General Counsel for the South Carolina DOE, and it is sent to Katie Hartzog, Mr. Norton, Mr. Sundstrom, Mr. Fonts, yourself, our board chair Nadine, John Regal, who is legal counsel, Chris Greiner, and Taylor Fulcher. And it is in subject matter is AA versus CAA, payment for September and October 2019.
And I'm sorry if I missed it, but what did you say the date of this article was?
December 30th, 2019.
And what's your understanding of what was happening here?
At the time, the district elected to withhold our funding from the state.
Why did they withhold CAA's funding?
I think that because they wanted to withhold the funding to pay AA.
Do you know who from the district made that decision to withhold CAA's funding?
I believe it was Mr. Norton? No, excuse me. Sorry, nothing personal. It would have been a board decision.
Was the district ultimately able to withhold CAA's funds?
No, they were not,
And why not?
because they were ordered from the DOE if they did not release the funds, that there would be consequences for them.
Will you please turn to CAA Exhibit 31, which is in Volume 2?
Okay?
Okay, what is this document?
This is an application for Acceleration Education Academy.
And has this school since changed its name?
Yes, it has.
And do you know what the current name of the school is?
Charleston Advancement Academy.
I'm sorry, did you say?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Excuse me. Yes, it is Low Country Acceleration Academy. Excuse me.
And if I refer to Low Country Acceleration Academy as LAA, will you know who I'm referring to?
Yes.
Do you know which sponsor this application was submitted to?
South Carolina Public Charter School District.
Do you know when it was submitted?
It appears to have been submitted on February 12th, 2020.
Okay. Do you know if the district approved this application?
They did, and the school is now open. less than 2 miles away from us.
Okay. Do you know who submitted this application on behalf of Low Country Acceleration Academy?
I do, Amy Mims.
Okay. And do you know what her position was with Low Country Acceleration Academy?
She was a founding board member.
Okay. And you're a board member of CAA, is that correct?
I am.
And are you a public officer in your position as a board member of CAA?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Am I? No.
Do you know if Ms. Mims still serves in the position as the school's board chair?
No, she does not, as far as I know.
Do you know when she left that position? And if you'll flip to CA Exhibit 20.
Okay.
20E.
Oh, yes, I've seen this.
What is this document?
This is a insider snapshot of success that is published on Acceleration Academy's website,
And what's the date of this document?
September 2020.
Okay. And do you see the box that says New Hires section down below that?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize any of the names on there?
I do. I recognize Amy Mims, who is now listed as the Executive Director of Product Development and Partner Success.
So is it your understanding that months after the LAA charter application was submitted, the founding board chair went to work directly for Acceleration Academies?
That's correct.
Please turn back to Exhibit 31, which is the LAA charter.
Okay.
Do you know what grade levels LAA is proposing to serve?
Yes, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Okay. And do you know what type of students LAA is proposing to serve?
The very same students we serve.
Okay. And how far away from CA's campus is LAA?
I drive this route every day. It's less than 2 miles.
Less than 2 miles?
Correct.
Okay. Please turn to page 103.
Yes.
What is this document?
This is a student enrollment projections for LAA.
And what was the total enrollment that LAA was projecting for the 22-23 school year?
500 students.
500 students. Do you know how many students LAA currently serves?
Approximately 170.
And does LAA work with an EMO?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And which EMO is that?
Acceleration Academies.
Okay. Will you please turn to page 56?
Okay.
And will you please read the second paragraph and let me know when you're ready for me to ask questions?
I'm familiar with this.
Okay.
Yes, I'm ready.
Is it your understanding that 85% of or of LAA's revenue will go to Acceleration Academies pursuant to the charter?
Yes.
Okay, please turn to Exhibit 28, which is in Volume 2.
Yes.
Okay. Please review this document and let me know when you're ready. Dr. Combs, do you know what this document is?
It is a arbitration hearing document.
Okay. And do you know, was there a second arbitration in North Carolina?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And what was that related to?
That was related to, I believe, if you could refresh my memory, an incident that occurred March, April of 2019, 2020, when we lost services at the school.
Is that your recollection?
Yes, I think so.
Do you recall if CA brought any claims against AA related to that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how AA responded?
Slowly.
Okay. Do you know if AA brought any claims against CA in response?
I don't recall.
Do you know if AA was seeking money from CA at this arbitration?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall who AA called as any witnesses at this arbitration?
One particular witness stood out.
Who was that?
That was Mr. Norton.
Okay. And who asked Mr. Norton to testify at that arbitration?
David Sundstrom.
Okay. Against CAA?
I found it odd that someone who is supposed to be supporting us and endorsing us would be testifying against us.
How was CAA's relationship with the district before CA terminated AA?
It was fine. It was good.
How
We
is
were happy.
CAA's, sorry,
We were happy.
how is CAA's relationship with the district after CA sought to terminate AA?
Adversarial would be putting it nicely.
Okay. Please turn to Exhibit 25.
Okay. Dr. Combs, when you speak, would you speak up into the mic a little more?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Pope was having trouble hearing you.
Okay. Can
Thank
she
you.
hear me now?
Thank you.
Please turn to page 7.
Mr. Turner, did you say 25, section 25?
Exhibit 25, CAA Exhibit 25, page 7 of that exhibit.
Are you referring to the agenda from January 19th,
Yes, ma'am.
2023?
Is CAA on this agenda?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Does the word revocation appear anywhere in this agenda?
It does not.
Did you have any notice prior to January 19th, 2023, that CAA's charter might be considered for revocation?
I did not.
Have you seen the video of the recording of the district's board meeting on January 19th, 2023?
I've watched it several times.
Okay. Okay, and can we go ahead and play CAA Exhibit 10? And can we start at the 2 hour, 2 minute, and 40-second mark? And I'd be glad to say that again if that's helpful.
Mr. Turner, just as a reminder, it's 4:30. None opposed. Thank you. Arlene, are there any public comments?
2 hours, 2 minutes, and 40 seconds.
Out over a decision about a course selection. However, it's central to the mission of the school. So we would want to be very clear about
I
the
don't think we're
importance
at the
of that for,
right
for
place.
enrollment.
Is this,
For families who are interested as a part of
is
that
this
conversation.
Exhibit 10? Two hours, 2 minutes, and 40 seconds.
Revoke the charter and terminate CAA contract as of June 30th, 2023, following the timeline in the Charter Act. The reasons for making this motion include the failure to meet the goals in the charter, as stated, and then failing to use taxpayer funds for student instruction, both of which, Mr. Chairman, you outlined just a moment ago.
Is there a second? I'll second it. All right, we've got a motion on the table. We've got a second. I'll open it up for board discussion. Are there any comments or questions?
I would say I'm a little surprised. I think this is a little, from my view, a little hurried. the numbers are issues. They are issues. I'm not saying that these aren't factual things. It just seems like it's a little hurried from one request back to zero to now this. So that would be my take on this. Of course, there are calendars involved, timelines, I'm sure involved, but that would be my take on this. It's pretty fast movement.
I'll respond to that, and I understand and appreciate your concerns, but this just didn't start yesterday. This didn't start last year. It didn't start the year before. It didn't start the year before that. It started 4 years ago, so this has been coming. This school district has been over backwards to help this school survive, to the point that we went in and helped them rewrite their charter. They can't keep ahead of school. I seriously question what reasoning they have to have, what I'm told now is over $4 million potentially, at least as of June 30th, 2022, $3.452 million in a bank, and they're putting less than 50% in the classroom. If it's not going in the classroom, what's it being set aside for? Nobody's ever told me that. So I support the motion. I second it. Are there any other comments?
Does the school get to say anything else
No.
on this vote?
No, this is board discussion now. All right. There's no more discussion. I'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion to revoke the charter of Charleston Acceleration Academy, please say aye. And I would like a voice of
Roll call vote?
I would like a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Butcher.
Aye.
Mr. Butcher votes aye. Mr. Miller.
Aye.
Mr. Miller votes aye. Mrs. Mosteller.
No.
Mrs. Mosteller votes no. Mr. Page. Mr. Page votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Dr. Pope.
Aye.
Dr. Pope votes aye. Dr. Strickland. Dr. Strickland votes aye. Mr. Chairman, we have a vote of 6-1
Okay, thank
to
you.
revoke.
Motion carries.
Thank you. You can stop playing the exhibit. Dr. Combs, did it appear to you that when Mr. Butcher read his reasons for revoking the charter, he was reading from a piece of paper?
Absolutely, it appeared scripted. Oh, excuse
Okay.
me, yes.
Did you hear Mr. Payne comment that this didn't start just yesterday, it didn't start last year, it didn't start the year before that, it didn't start the year before that, it started 4 years ago?
Yes.
What was 4 years ago?
2019, when we attempted to remove our EMO.
Okay. Did you hear the comment that the district has been over backward to help the school?
I did.
Did the district help CAA remove AA from its charter when CAA sought to do so for student health and safety reasons?
Much to the contrary.
Okay. Did the district provide CAA with timely funding under state law?
No.
Did the district's legal counsel testify against CAA at a proceeding in North Carolina?
Yes.
Did the district prohibit a competitive charter school from opening 2 miles down the road?
They did not.
Okay. Did district representatives plan with Joey Wise and David Sundstrom to redirect CAA's students and the funds that follow them to LAA?
Yes.
Was 4 minutes of video we just watched the entirety of the district's communications, conversations, and discussions with CAA regarding the revocation of CAA's charter and the days, weeks, months, and years leading up to January 19th, 2023?
Yes.
What should this district board decide to do today and why?
I believe that the district board should really strive to make the right decision. And personally, I do not feel that revocation is the right decision. We have demonstrated success in the throes of the battle year after year. And we're in it for the right reasons. We're seeing children and young adults that are becoming successful. And I think that the school has well presented the evidence that we are not being measured correctly or held to the correct standards, or even compared to other AECs within a 2-mile radius of us. This is a place for these young adults to become someone, to feel good about themselves, to be contributing members of society. And I feel in my heart and in my mind that revocation could be the worst possible thing for these students. Instead, why don't we work together to make things better? I'm willing to do anything that will help save this school. I'm a volunteer, I have a full-time job, I have 5 children, but you know what? I still find the time and I find the place in my heart to really, really want the right thing for these kids. I don't want any political wrangling or behind-the-scenes deal-making. I just want the right thing. Please, please find it in your hearts to make the right decisions and to work with the board to serve what all our collective purpose is, to help these kids get a high school diploma. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Combs. No more questions.
Mr. Norton.
Good afternoon, Dr. Combs.
Hi, Mr. Norton.
You've been on the schools board since the founding, right?
Close to the founding, yes.
Close to the founding. It wasn't initially CAA, isn't that true?
Right, it was not.
It was initially called what?
Charleston Acceleration Academies.
There's actually something before that.
Yeah, that was before my time.
That was before your time.
I do believe, yes.
So you were not around when it was Pathways in Education, SC?
No, that's when I was coming in on the very tail end of that and was not a voting board member then.
You were at
I
Trident
believe.
Tech at that time, I believe.
That's correct. I've been there since 1982.
I believe that's right. And I believe you were assisting the founding committee of that initial school with Mr. Ducker to try to locate some facility space when they were with the Pathways in Education group. Isn't that true?
I don't recall that. I know having initial conversation with Mr. Ducker because he got passed off to me, but
Okay. And this is some time ago, so fair enough.
it was. And the original encounter that I had with Acceleration Academies was I met with Mr. Ducker, Ms. Deef, and Mark Graves from Acceleration Academies.
Okay. So what happened? Do you know what happened with Pathways?
I do not.
Do you know that you know that ultimately Pathways and the school parted ways? Would that be fair to say?
That's my general understanding.
And in fact, Pathways terminated the contract with the school. Isn't that right?
I can't attest to that.
Okay. You don't know that.
No.
And in fact, maybe you do know this, since I think this is when you were coming on. When Pathways left, the school was left without a management company, and again, with a charter that it could not fulfill. You're aware of that, right?
Generally.
And so the school had to make a decision about what it needed to do to open on pretty short notice. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
And the decision the school made was to hire Acceleration Academies, isn't that right?
I would say yes.
You were on the board that voted to hire Acceleration Academies, weren't you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you recently participate in an election at CAA?
I was, I didn't actually, you mean as a voting participant?
As a
No.
candidate.
As a candidate, yes.
And there were approximately 139 votes cast in that election,
I believe that's correct.
and you got 9 votes, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you were not elected onto the board through that election process, were you?
No, I was not.
I don't have any other questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Yes,
Just ask questions.
go ahead.
But now, are you serving on the board now?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what was your route back from 9 to being elected on the board?
There is a way that members can be, I guess the word is nominated to the board, or appointed, excuse me, the word is appointed to the board by the board members, the sitting board members.
And how does that compare with being elected to the board in terms of equity of that process, one versus the other?
I can't speak to the equity of the process. I just understand the process, that there are different types of seats on our board. There are elected and appointed seats. Elected is, of course, elected by the parents and students, and appointed can be done by sitting board members.
And let me ask you this, did your election, the process of going through an election, and then the process of going through an appointment happen in the same time frame?
Yes,
So in
generally.
other words, if I was there in the audience, I would have seen you receive this many votes and not get on the board, but then in the same evening, you would have been
No.
appointed to the board?
No,
or-
it was not that soon, and all of our voting was done electronically through an independent voting service. And then there was a subsequent board meeting after that, and that's when I was appointed to the board.
Also, I think I'm just speaking for myself, there's been a lot of emphasis on AA nationally, and I'm very familiar with the issues there, in my opinion. I'm very familiar with it, and I see concerns about those things that are in print and papers across the country, from Beaufort to Florida to Chicago.
Yes.
But I don't necessarily, I'm able to speak freely? Yes. I don't necessarily see your issues as problems with national AA. Because when I walk in here today and I hear the first person go to that mic who is a father of a student and expose apparently what are big, significant dynamical issues in the governing local leaders of AA, I think there are real issues right on the ground. There are issues in Chicago, in my opinion, but that's not, to me, that's not what I'm reading the most here today. When I hear a father stand up and question how things are, he loves what it's doing for his son, but there are issues here. That's what it seems to me. And so I think a lot of today has been about trying to translate this issue up to Chicago or wherever Sustrom and Erdy and all those guys are that did that stuff in Beaufort County and in Jacksonville. I'm disturbed by what they've done. But I am also disturbed by the local dynamics that apparently are being, have I investigated to their degree? But no, people are walking up to a podium and saying these things. Mm-hmm. It's interesting that if you wouldn't win an election, and I know you're such a competent person, by an electoral process, then you're appointed. Mm-hmm. That has to create consternation or some questions within the local entity of this. I will also say, this is just my impression, am I okay to say? That our initial effort especially with new leadership under Chris Neely, can't get along with Chris Neely, I can't say enough about the heart that came into this
Right.
district
We-
when
we
this
have-
man assumed the superintendency.
We have no issue with Mr. Neely.
Yeah, he's outstanding.
He is.
But there are issues here to me locally within your organization that apparently need addressing.
And I don't disagree with
And,
that.
and so to me, it's not about Chicago, it's about what's going on right there on that campus.
You're correct.
And a lot of time today was spent about things that are distant. And also, it's my perception that some of our efforts initially with the CAA after the contract was released or terminated, it's my impression that the district was simply trying to have a stopgap measure of continuance of some consistency so the school could at least continue to function until a replacement EMO was put in place. That was my opinion on what was happening. Not that we were trying to pressure, and I will also say to you, and Mr. Attorney for us, Mr. Attorney, stop me if it's inappropriate, that the record would also show when we were on Zoom during COVID and Acceleration Academy, the new one, Low Country, what is it?
LAA.
Yeah. When they were in their application, I questioned them significantly, Miss Mims, and I asked her point blank, are you trying to start, because I know you work for Mr. Sustrom, I know in Chicago, are you trying to start a franchise here? And then I reiterated that when they came back to us for an Acceleration Academy in Myrtle Beach. Because I saw, is this what is happening? I don't know if this is what is happening, but it rose to the level of my thinking that it was worthy of a question or worthy of throwing that out there, that idea out there. So I see different dynamics that play a part in this quilt. But to me, one of the strongest is when a father stood up and said what he said about the local governance and the atmosphere of what is happening, which I'm not there to know. I have concerns about that. I have concerns about that at the local level, which is not about Chicago.
May I address that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I address your comments? It only takes one person to say one bad thing to make it an issue. There are many other parents, myself included, that have been very, very pleased with the school and the strides that we have made. We've had some difficult times. I think we have probably the best leadership team that we could possibly assemble to help us get through this. And, you know, that's one person's view. And I'm sorry that he's disgruntled, but obviously the school is helping him. And what I want more than anything is for us to work collectively so that that dad doesn't have to stand up there and say, what's going to happen to my kid?
Yeah, that's not the only, I've
And that's
seen in
not the
certain
only
other
issue,
places
and I
people
understand
saying
that,
these
but I
things.
don't
Yeah.
think that revocation is the answer. It's not the answer. It's cutting off your arm, as I believe someone testified earlier. It's not serving the people that we have been entrusted to serve.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to say revocation is or is not the answer.
Right, I know.
I just saw
But-
this as the appropriate time for me to relay concerns I have about what's on the ground.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm not saying that
On
we don't
Rivers Avenue.
have a lot of work to do. We do have a lot of work to do. But I think we have the perfect team assembled now to get that work done. We just need your support.
Well, one thing I will say, especially like I ask it, this is not an issue here, but I always am asking schools when we charter them now, please listen to the parents. Please listen to the parents. And that's what I think is critical here, to listen to these parents. They are telling you important things because they are invested the most, because the people they love are walking through your doors.
Absolutely, and I am one of those parents.
Yes,
I am one
yes.
of those parents, and I'm happy to say that my son graduated ahead of his GR9 cohort and is completing his bachelor's degree in cybersecurity in 2.5 years.
Yeah, that's great.
That's what the school did for him.
He's got your genes.
Yes, but he had a truancy issue.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other
Thank you.
questions? I want to follow up on that. So your son went to this school, but you were talking, I think you called it CLEAT or CLEO or some type report. If you knew that there was these potentially dangerous situations going on in this school, why'd you let your son go to this school?
First of all, I wasn't aware of these Clery
But you
Act.
said that parents check these out before they allow their children to go to these schools.
I worked there. He rode to school with me every day. My office was 20 steps away from where he was in school. I love my college. I'm a dedicated educator, and I believe that was the right place for him at that time. And obviously, he's going to be a productive multiplier member of society.
Okay. One other question, or two other questions. I want to follow up on what Cindy said. Who was the other board member who was not elected, who was reappointed or was appointed?
Ms. Steve,
Okay, and she's now your chair.
correct.
Do you hold an officer position?
I do. I'm secretary.
Okay. Last question. And I believe the auditor, earlier, we had a document and they addressed this. But we've got documentation that Ms. Deef has access to your bank accounts on her phone, just like this. And while nothing's happened at this point, does it concern you as a board member that one person has unilateral access and authority to do whatever they want? Not saying that anything's happened, but potentially someone could hit a few keys and transfer millions of dollars anywhere they wanted. Does that not concern you?
Ms. Deef is not the only one who can make financial transactions. We have a committee that signs off on everything and double checks.
No, that's not the point. There's unilateral access. It could be done. I'm not saying it has been done. I'm not saying it will be done.
Right.
But there's the potential that it could be done.
There's a potential that your bank account could be hacked no matter where.
That's true, but that's an outside entity. That's not someone on the inside with this access. Does the board know that individuals have this individual access and can transfer funds as they see fit? Does your board know this?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
You don't discuss financial issues with your board?
Yes, but I never saw that
So
as
you don't
an
know if
issue.
your board knows that someone could transfer $3.5 million?
Of course, anybody can embezzle money or transfer money
Okay.
or do whatever they
All right.
wish. But I would like to point one thing out. There was a question about the amount of money that we have in our account. And we have that amount of money because we're not paying 85% of that money to an EMO. So if you took our $4 million and you took 85% of it away, that's what we would actually have to spend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so let's see. It's almost 5 o'clock. If you would like to, we'll go ahead and you've each got 15 minutes to make your closing arguments. And you can choose who goes first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long day. I'll be brief. I hope I haven't been saying it wrong all this time. Mr. Askew, am I saying that right? Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Askew referred to the school's data being a Gordian knot. I'm trying to hope I've got the story right. I believe the Gordian knot was the one that you couldn't untie, right? You couldn't find the ends, and nobody could untie it. And somebody will correct me, probably John Payne. Alexander the Great? Is that the one? I think it was Alexander the Great that used his sword to just cut through the knot because he couldn't find the end. He finally realized it didn't really matter whether you untied it or how you untied it. At some point, you just have to undo the knot. Well, Mr. Askew's on to something here. We've got a Gordian knot, and we just need to cut the knot. It's been 6 years in the making. Every time we pull on an end, it just gets tighter. It just gets worse. We started out this morning with a quote in the newspaper from one of CAA's own faculty members saying that none of this is in the best interest of kids. And nothing I've heard today changes my mind about that for sure. None of this is in the best interest of kids. What you've heard today is testimony that may have suggested that a graduation rate should move this way or that way, one bit or another. But you have not heard anybody say that CAA is meeting its charter goals. You have not heard anyone say, with any definitive testimony, that they even knew if they could. All you heard is from their expert that says their charter goals, which is the second time that they've developed charter goals under this district, are completely misaligned with their mission. The Gordian knot needs to be cut. Sometimes when things are just wrong, they're just wrong. That's the beauty of the charter world. It's the sad part of the charter world. But we are not caught in an endless cycle of failure. Remember when this started, in November 2020. Not in 2019 and 18, when we had a different superintendent, and most of you weren't even here. Some of you were with different schools and doing different things. And it started in 2020. Acceleration Academies has not been involved in this school at all during the period that we're talking about. At all. None. You saw the video at the beginning of the day today. We have the documentation in the record. This board gave the CAA board in November 2020 essentially carte blanche to develop their own goals and set their own benchmarks. Not only have they not met the few benchmarks that they set, but they didn't even bother setting most of them. They didn't even follow up. And Mr. Chairman, you'll remember, I remember your angst. It took almost a year from November of 2019 to November of 2020 to even get the charter amendment done because of lack of follow-up. Lack of attention to detail, lack of ability to govern. And nothing has changed since 2020. I'm sure people's hearts are in the right place. There's no doubt about it. But sometimes that's not enough. Sometimes you have to have the capacity to execute on what you feel in your heart. And sometimes it's time to say enough. This school has had ample opportunity. You've heard a lot of talk about a revocation review. You won't find any reference to a revocation review anywhere in the Charter Act, anywhere in the contract. You will find a reference to sanctions short of revocation, which this district exercised prior to allowing the school to amend its charter. You will find that there is a 2-year period of allowing this school to try to fix the situation it was in as of November 2020. And this board had every right, when presented with information that showed it was in a Gordian knot, to sever that knot. That's what the Charter Act requires it to do. The Charter Act says you must revoke a school when it is not meeting its goals. This is not a first-year school or a second-year school like some of these comparable schools that it's talking about. This is a school in year 6. Year 6. They're 4 years away from renewal, and they are, again, like you heard at the very beginning this morning, shifting blame, denying blame, moving blame. They're doing everything except acknowledging the failure that has occurred. And that's not to say that every student there is a failure, every staff member there is a failure. There have been successes at that school, clearly.
But that's not enough for the investment of money and time that's there for the students that have not been served. Because every student has not been successful, as we've heard today, unfortunately. We heard from CAA's own staff. There have been lost students. There are truant students. The data is a mess. They don't know, they aren't able to track some of the students. It's not for lack of desire, I'm sure, but they're just not able to do it. And they haven't done it after 6 years. You heard from Mr. Payne early this morning about the department's experience in Williamsburg and Timmonsville and some of these places that have continued for generations. Charter schools don't have to do that. You're in year 6, they've had an opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to prove that they can do it. They haven't done it, and it's time to sever the knot. The district staff ask you to uphold your decision and revoke the charter as of June 30th, 2023. Thank you.
Mr. Turner.
Ladies and gentlemen of the South Carolina Public Charter School District Board of Trustees, you are public officers of the state who've been appointed by the Governor of South Carolina, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the President of the Senate. You've been entrusted with fulfilling fiduciary duties of your office, which include the duties of following the law, ensuring the district follows the law, and ensuring that public funds are not used for improper private purposes. Question before you now is this: has the district fulfilled its legal duties as necessary to shut down an alternative education campus serving at-risk minority dropout students and helping them graduate from high school and obtain diplomas? Let's talk about that. I told you this morning that there were several questions you were going to need to answer at the end of the day today. First one was, did the district evaluate CAA's performance as required by the Alternative Education Campus Statute? Section 5940.111F, which is the AEC statute, describes how sponsors must evaluate alternative education campuses. There are 2 requirements. AECs are to be evaluated according to the academic performance standards established by a written agreement that take into account the school's specialized mission and student population. And AECs are to be evaluated in comparison to nationally normed data of schools that serve similar subsets of students. Were those 2 requirements satisfied by the district? The answer is no. You've heard lots of testimony that CAA's charter goals do not take into account CAA's specialized mission and student population as required by the AEC statute. CAA is willing to work with you to revise those goals, which will not only set a good precedent for CAA, but for all AECs in South Carolina to come. CAA and the district both have a responsibility to get that charter application right. By statute, it's an agreement between 2 parties. It's a contract. Both parties have a responsibility to do that, and CAA is willing to work with you to do that. The transfer request report before the district board on January 19th, 2023 did not include any analysis of whether CAA students graduated with their 5-year cohort or returned to school the following year, a goal in CAA's charter. Didn't include any analysis of whether CAA students who did not graduate with their 4-year cohort returned to school the following year, a goal in CAA's charter. In sum, the district did not evaluate CAA based on the performance standards in CAA's charter that align with CAA's specialized mission. With respect to the second metric of evaluation under the AEC statute, the transfer request report before the district board on January 19th, 2023 did not include any attempt to compare CAA's performance with any schools in South Carolina or any schools in other states that serve a similar subset of students. specifically students that have dropped out of high school or at risk of dropping out of high school. Transfer request report was the only information before the board on January 19th, 2023, when the vote was taken to revoke CAA's charter. In sum, the district did not comply with the AEC evaluation statute prior to voting to revoke CAA's charter. Your vote today will tell students and families at CAA and the public officials that appointed you to your offices that you believe it is important for the district to evaluate an alternative education campus serving at-risk minority dropout students as required by law prior to revoking its charter. Second question, did the district require CAA to develop and execute a corrective action plan before voting to revoke CAA's charter? Section 594050B8 of the Charter Schools Act and Section 3.1A6 of CAA's charter contract require the district to take appropriate corrective actions or exercise sanctions short of revocation in response to apparent deficiencies in school performance, including requiring the school to develop and execute a corrective action plan within a specified time frame. Superintendent Neely's most recent evaluation of CAA didn't mention revocation at all, didn't require a corrective action plan. You heard Mr. Payne testify this morning that he thought there was a corrective action plan in the transfer request report, but when asked further about that, conceded there was not. In the days, weeks, months, and years leading up to January 19th, 2023, the district never informed CAA that was considering revoking CAA's charter. The district never required CAA to develop or execute a corrective action plan. Your vote today will tell students and families at CAA and the public officials that appointed you that you believe it is important for the district to offer a corrective action plan to alternative education campus, helping at-risk minority dropout students obtain their diplomas before you vote to revoke their charter. Question 3, did the district implement a revocation review process with CAA, as it has done in the past for other schools? District is required to treat CAA and its students equally to other schools, including those that serve primarily white students. District is required not to discriminate against CAA in all aspects, including revocation procedures. You heard testimony this morning about the district's transfer request report and the district's transfer policy approved by the district board therein. That transfer request policy specifically states that the district has a revocation review process and that schools who are in revocation review are not eligible to request a transfer to another sponsor. When CAA requested a transfer to another sponsor, there was no mention that they were in revocation review. Your vote today will tell students and families at CAA and the public officials that appointed you that you believe it is important for the district to treat all students equally, to not discriminate against any schools or students based on protected characteristics, and to offer a revocation review process to all schools before you vote to revoke their charter. Question 4, did the district comply with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act in voting to revoke CAA's charter? Section 3480A of the Freedom of Information Act requires that any public body post an agenda for regularly scheduled meetings at least 24 hours before those meetings occur. If a public body wants to amend the agenda, they can do so up to 24 hours prior to the meeting. Otherwise, they're required to make a motion during the meeting and take a vote and have a finding of emergency or exigent circumstances to amend that agenda, and it requires a 2/3 vote of the public body to do so. The district posted an agenda for January 19th, 2023. The agenda didn't include the word revocation. The district board did not make any motion to amend the agenda to include revocation of CAA's charter. The district didn't make any finding of emergency or exigent circumstances. CAA and its community had no notice, none, that the district board planned to consider revoking CAA's charter on January 19th, 2023. It simply doesn't comply with South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. Section 3415 of the Freedom of Information Act states, "It is vital in a democratic society that public business be performed in an open and public manner so that citizens shall be advised of the performance of public officials and of the decisions that are reached in public activity and in the formulation of public policy." On January 19th, 2023, the district board went into executive session for over an hour with its legal counsel, who today is arguing that CAA's charter should be revoked, and then returned to open session. After considering the transfer request, Mr. Butcher, reading off a sheet of paper and looking in the direction of Mr. Norton, made a surprise motion to revoke CAA's charter. Mr. Payne seconded. District board had a 4-minute public discussion of little substance, most of which was disproven by the testimony you heard today, and then voted to revoke CAA's charter. Was the public business of the district conducted in open session on that item? You all, as public officials, hold yourself to the standard of the law. Your vote today will answer that question. Have you, as publicly appointed trustees of the district, offered CAA due process as required by law? 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution states that no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law. Article 1, Section 22 of the state constitution states that a party shall not be subject to the same person for both prosecution and adjudication. As you heard several times today, the district staff made no recommendation to revoke CAA's charter. That motion was made by the board sua sponte, and today the district board is adjudicating its prior motion and vote to revoke CAA's charter. That simply doesn't comply with due process. CAA has significant concerns about what's really happening here. Was all the relevant information available to you on January 19th, 2023, prior to the surprise vote to revoke CAA's charter? Did you fully consider and discuss all of your legal obligations on January 19th, 2023? Or was your action hurried, as suggested by Ms. Mosteller? And if you didn't fully consider and discuss your legal obligations, why did that not happen? What was driving you to revoke CAA's charter with no evaluation of CAA's performance under the AEC law? With no request that CAA develop and execute a corrective action plan? With no recommendation from your superintendent? With no revocation review process? With no mention of revocation on the board meeting agenda, with very little substantive discussion in public session, without due process? What drove that hurried action? You've heard about the story of CAA and how CAA's relationship with the district changed. At the same time, its relationship with Acceleration Academies changed. Unknown to CAA at that time, and likely unknown to most or all of the district board at that time, 2 days before the district board was scheduled to hear CAA's request to amend its charter and remove AA, Joey Wise, David Sundstrom, Elliot Smalley, and Eric Norton communicated privately about AA's plans. On November 12, 2019, Joey Wise sent an email to Smalley, Sundstrom, and Norton labeled Attorney-Client Privilege CAA. The email stated, "We will get well prepared to present a proposal to be considered for a fast-track charter approval consideration so we can get ready to receive kids and staff when the CAA plan implodes." What does that mean? It means there was a plan for Acceleration Academies to open a new charter school just like CAA, right next to CAA, so that CAA students could be redirected to AA's new school. And what follows CAA's students? Dollars, public dollars, tens of millions of public dollars over the life of the school's charter. Tens of millions of public dollars that AA is entitled to 85% of. Who operates AA? Joey Wise and David Sundstrom. A month later, in December 2019, the district withheld CAA's state funding in violation of state law to ensure that there would be money to pay AA. Whose idea was that? The district changed course only when the State Department of Education threatened to fine the district for withholding CAA's funds in violation of state law. In early 2020, Amy Mims, as new board chair of LAA and a public officer, submitted to the district a charter application to fast-track open a new charter school right next to CAA. Just like Joey Wise, David Sundstrom, Elliot Smalley, and Eric Norton wrote about on November 12, 2019. The application for the new school, which eventually became known as LAA, stated that 85% of the school's revenue would go to Acceleration Academies, a private for-profit UMO operated by Wise and Sundstrom. Well, I want to be respectful of everyone's time.
Finish your thought.
Okay. District Board voted to approve the fast-track application, and a few months later, Mr. Mims resigned from her office and went to work directly for AA. In March 2020, AA was still managing CAA pursuant to the district's maintain the status quo order, despite the fact that AA was setting up a new school 2 miles away, planning with the district's superintendent and legal counsel to steal CAA students. When COVID hit, Acceleration Academies shut down CAA's technology programs so CAA couldn't operate. That ended up in an arbitration in North Carolina. During that arbitration, the district's counsel showed up and testified for AA against CAA, at the request of David Sundstrom. After LAA opened, it struggled to enroll students. LAA's charter application, you've heard from several people today, states that it will serve 500 students in its second year. But LAA is hundreds of students short of that projection and millions of dollars short of projected revenue. In the days, weeks, months, and years leading up to January 19th, 2023, there was no mention of revoking CAA's charter. No mention of revocation in Superintendent Neely's most recent annual evaluation. No requirement for CAA to develop and execute a corrective action plan. No revocation review process. No recommendation for revocation from the superintendent. No mention of revocation on the district's board meeting agenda on January 19th, 2023. The board meeting on January 23rd, 2019, January 19th, 2023, Chairman Payne stated, and I quote, "This didn't just start yesterday, it didn't start last year, it didn't start the year before that, it didn't start the year before that, it started 4 years ago." Chairman Payne was exactly right. This started in 2019 with a written plan to redirect CAA students and the public funds that followed them to AA. Most of you, or all of you, didn't know anything about that plan on January 19th, 2023, when you voted to revoke CAA's charter. But now you know it, and now you're responsible for it, as public officials of the state of South Carolina, appointed by the governor, Speaker of the House, and the President of the Senate. All of you have a responsibility to understand who Joey Wise and David Sundstrom are, to learn about their business practices, not just with AA, but with ERDI and Atlantic Research Partners. To understand what they reportedly did in Beaufort, South Carolina, with the former superintendent of education. To learn about what they reportedly did in Florida, in Tennessee, in Ohio, in Pennsylvania, Maryland, Louisiana, and Illinois. I know you think CAA's board members, or at least some of them, can be difficult. I do too. Your job and the issues before you today are more important than that. This is about at-risk minority dropout students potentially losing their best opportunity to obtain a high school diploma. It's about an attempt to redirect tens of millions of dollars in public funds to Acceleration Academies, just as was planned in writing on November 12, 2019. You need to understand all of the aspects of what's happening here. You need to understand the district's legal obligations before you think about taking away educational opportunities from these students and families. You owe that to CAA's community. You owe that to the governor, to the Speaker of the House, to the President of the Senate, who put you in the seat you're sitting in. I know it's not an easy job. I appreciate your willingness to serve and uphold the values of this state and its citizens. I'm confident that you will fulfill your obligations as public officers of this state. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we need to have an executive session. I'll need a motion in a second to go into executive session to receive legal advice.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll go into executive session to receive legal advice from counsel. into public, come out of executive session and go back into public session.
I'll make that motion.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Second. All right, all in favor of coming back into public session, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Just for the record, Dr. Pope has dropped off and she's no longer a participant in the meeting. Yes, during executive session, we've received legal counsel and no votes were taken. At this point, we'll need a motion to proceed.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. This is Jonathan Butcher, trustee on the phone.
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that this board affirm the vote on January 19th of 2023, revoking the charter of CAA.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the table and a second. Is there any board discussion? Having none, I'll call the vote, and I'd like a roll call, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Butcher.
Yes.
Mr. Butcher votes yes. Mr. Gilchrist.
Yes.
Mr. Gilchrist votes yes. Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Mosteller.
I abstain.
Mrs. Mosteller abstains. Mr. Page votes yes. Mr. Payne.
Yes.
Mr. Payne votes yes. Dr. Pope, not voting. Dr. Strickland.
Yes.
Dr. Strickland votes yes. With a vote of 6 in favor and 1 abstention, the motion passes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing as we have no other items on our agenda, I'd like to call for an adjournment. I'd like to have a motion to adjourn.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned.
Aye.